Evening, everybody. Thank you for staying for our holiday party as we begin our board meeting, the final board meeting of the year. And unless something happens, we have to call a special one, but I don't anticipate that happening. Right? Right? Maybe. You never know. All right. Well, we will get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, we will move into roll call. Ashlyn, please do roll call.
Commissioner Beeman.
Present.
Commissioner Hodge.
Present.
Commissioner Labar.
Here.
Commissioner Light.
Present.
Commissioner Maciejewski.
Here.
Commissioner Robbie.
Yep.
Commissioner Sanders.
Present.
Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Commissioner Somerville.
All right, thank you. All right, we will be taking a number of items out of order today. We have resolutions to read to honor members of our community. But before we do that, I wanted to say briefly that many of you have seen in the news that our longtime serving friend and colleague and county treasurer, Catherine McCleary, passed away recently. We were planning to provide her with a resolution to honor her service for retirement. We will still be passing a resolution that's similar in effect, which Commissioners Robbie and Scott will read in a moment, but I wanted us first to have a moment of silence for Catherine. All right, Commissioners, please approach the podium.
You're such a gentleman. This is a resolution honoring Washtenaw County Treasurer Catherine McCleary for 41 years of service to Washtenaw County from the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners on December 4th, 2024. Whereas Catherine McCleary began her service to Washtenaw County in 1974, and at the time was the youngest person elected to the Board of Commissioners, serving with distinction for 14 years until 1988.
And whereas Catherine McCleary has served as Washtenaw County Treasurer since 1997, earning her Certified Public Finance Officer and Certified Public Funds Investment Manager credentials through the Government Finance Officers Association, demonstrating her commitment to excellence in public finance.
And whereas in May 2010, Catherine McCleary was honored with the Liberty Bell Award by the Washtenaw County Bar Association in recognition of her exceptional community service and her efforts to make government more open and accessible to the public.
And whereas Catherine McCleary has been a tireless advocate for equity, working with the Washtenaw County staff on transformative initiatives like the Bridge Loans for Affordability Program and the Homes for Generations Program, addressing housing affordability and generational wealth disparities.
And whereas during the COVID-19 pandemic, Catherine McCleary's leadership and dedication to racial equity earned her the 2021 GFOA Hero Award, recognizing her as a distinguished influencer whose vision and actions facilitated community recovery and renewal.
And whereas Catherine McCleary's career reflects a pioneering commitment to social justice, including her contributions to regional and national causes such as the Women's Crisis Center, domestic violence reform, and advocacy for legislation combating job, housing, and sexual discrimination, as well as her nationally recognized efforts to fight home foreclosures and champion the rights of women and people of color.
And whereas Catherine McCleary served as director of the Domestic Violence Project Safe House Board of Trustees, further demonstrating her dedication to the well-being of vulnerable populations in the community.
And whereas Catherine McCleary's innovative approaches to public finance earned her GFOA's Awards for Excellence in Government Finance in 2022 for her work on the robotic process automation through the project Robots Record Revenue, and her expertise in is reflected in her service on the GFOA Treasury Investment Management Committee and NACO's AI workshop applications.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners extends its deepest gratitude to Catherine McCleary for her 41 years of distinguished service to Washtenaw County, groundbreaking contributions to the community, and unwavering dedication to justice, equity, and innovation.
Want to say anything else?
Please say, yeah, say something.
I don't know that there's much else for me to say without crying. It was obviously very unexpected. I had talked to our board liaison about preparing this resolution to honor Catherine a couple weeks ago, and was so excited and asked if I could present it to her tonight. I was so excited to be able to present this to her. We had a meeting a few months ago, a year ago, and I talked about how much admiration I had for the work Catherine did, and we had a standing ovation for her. And afterwards, she said, "Nobody has ever clapped for me like that before." I'm so glad that we had the opportunity to do that while she was still here, because she was tirelessly fighting to try to keep people in their homes and keep those homes for people generationally. And she recognized what that meant for people. And she believed it in her soul. And that type of dedication and calling and passion for the community is really remarkable. So I'm glad that we had the chance to thank her while she was still here.
Yeah, and I'll just build on that. I think that was beautifully said. Catherine was a constituent of mine and somebody that I've known for many years, ever since before I was a county commissioner. So it's been over, well, actually since I was a youth, going to Ann Arbor Friends Meeting, where I went as a youth through the First Day School program. Catherine was an attendee there, and so she's been a part of my life for some time, and a mentor to me, and somebody who, you know, we have the distinction of being tied for youngest commissioner elected at 22 years old. Her election, of course, 1974, and mine not until 2010. So she had plenty of experience before me, but we always joked about it. We always tried to figure out, you know, based on the months that we were born, who was actually the youngest, but we settled on just being tied. It's shocking. Obviously, we all sat in front of her not too long ago at a meeting, and to think about her and her presence being just in front of us within the last few weeks, and to think that now she is all of a sudden gone, it's just shocking and heartbreaking. And especially considering, like Katie was just saying, the contributions that she's made to our community. A lot of aspects of county government are not like, you know, the sexy aspects of county government that everybody talks about, that you talk about in the press. And so, you know, when you said the story about nobody stood up to give, you know, has never applauded before, it's like, yeah, because it's the work that she's doing is fundamental to everything. All of the money is invested by Catherine for so many years. She's the reason that we've, you know, not had as tough of financial times. She has, like you said, made sure that our community is staying in their homes. She's a passionate and compassionate person, but it goes unnoticed. It's work that is easy for the community not to see. And frankly, if she's doing her job well, the community's not seeing it because she's swimming and pushing and getting that done. And there's no crisis. There's no economic, you know, not everything's falling apart. She's doing her job really, really, really well. And I think what we saw over the last several decades of her service was somebody who is excellent at what she does, who served the community so well. And I think that she deserves, you know, frankly, hours of standing rounds of ovation from all of our community members for the work that she did and the dedication that she put towards our community. So we will never forget the dedication that she had. And I think, you know, it's also heartbreaking. I just want to say that she passed like literally within days of this being prepared and presented, and within weeks of her retiring to be with, you know, her husband and granddaughter. And it's just really heartbreaking to lose somebody so suddenly who's been such a part of our community and such a part of our lives. But she dedicated her life to all of us, to the betterment of our community, to the betterment of people that that we may never meet and that she may never have met.
right.
But she did it because she believed it and she fought every day for a better community. So we thank her for it. And I hope chair or whoever our future chair is, will have another opportunity to honor her life, with her family if they're willing to attend, you know, and have that celebration of her life as well at that time. So
I think so.
I'll-
It's a good opportunity, I think, for anyone else that wants to speak to do that. And we have every intention of doing more for Catherine next year. It was just very unexpected. I believe Commissioner Somerville is not with us in the room, but she is on Zoom and has her hand raised. Commissioner Somerville.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Scott and Robbie, for reading that resolution. I wouldn't have been able to do it. So I just wanted to say that I think sometimes we take for granted women in leadership and women in countywide elected roles. It's really rare. And I think sometimes I've even taken for granted that I get to sit with 4 other women on the county board. When Catherine first got elected in the 1970s, she was one of few across the country. And I'm a local history nerd. And some of the things that Catherine was advocating for at the time led to her being shunned by Republican members of the board and the clerk at the time. I was reading an article the other day where the Republican clerk refused to call her name during roll call because they disagreed with her advocacy on certain issues. And I just was thinking like how difficult that time probably was for her, being in that space with probably little support. And so I'm really grateful that she helped pave the way for other women in Washtenaw County. And I think about the sacrifices that she made and the lack of support she had and the support that we have now because people like her were determined. And so I really wanted to just honor her, and I hope that we'll continue to do that in the next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? It's for commissioners to speak at this point. I'm sorry. Public comment will happen. We will do this special stuff here where we're doing these resolutions, but we will, thank you. Thank you for understanding. Commissioner Sanders.
I just wanted to say for the benefit of her family that Catherine was the only female elected that reached out to me when I won my election. I'm gonna make this short because I'll be crying. She didn't have to do that. She did that. She offered any support that I might need. And even when we didn't always agree on things, we were both, but she was absolutely mature enough to be able to have a conversation with me about her side, and to help me understand why she advocated and felt the way that she did. And I can say probably on at least 2 occasions, she convinced me to change my mind. And we did have a little bit in common in terms of our grandchildren, who she's raising and I'm helping to raise. It was just nice to have a trailblazer, someone like her. I'm gonna call her the GOAT. And for those of you who don't know what that means, it means greatest of all times. Because she opened doors. She opened doors for women and probably didn't even really recognize that she was doing it. But more importantly, I think she was a gangster. And she was a gangster for good. And for those people that, you know, needed some advocacy. And I think that it is quite impressive that we, as a result of her work, are nationally known for our minuscule foreclosure rates, and for taking people's property. And had I called her before I went on that trip that I wasn't supposed to go on, I never would have went, because she would have been able to explain to me why land banks weren't something that was going to work here in our county. And so I just send my love and prayers out to her husband and her daughter, to her family, during her transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Labar.
Thanks, Chair. I'm glad Commissioner Sanders made mention of Catherine's granddaughter and the need to hold her family tight. Catherine's life was not without its own tragedies and struggles there, and she served with both grace and distinction. And I think if you were looking to find somebody who sort of embodied the ethos of what county government is, it's Catherine McCleary. Because as Commissioner Robbie said at the podium earlier, you'd sort of have to go out of your way to know about Catherine. But once you did, if you look at treasurers throughout this state, throughout her time in office, she was a trailblazer, and not just in the context of who she represented along with her and her own story, but some of the really remarkable policies she helped make possible, not just here, but then statewide. And so that's a legacy for her that will live on. And I think I speak for all of us when I say we were fortunate to have Catherine's ear and wisdom and time when she would talk to us about what she had seen in now 5 decades in elected office in Washtenaw County and in the organization of the county itself. So I just hope that Catherine hears these remarks in whatever way she might hear them, to know she will be greatly missed. She is appreciated, and her work will live on in the lives she's touched by that office. That's a terrible loss. We are lucky to have had the time we had with Catherine McCleary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. Okay. Okay. Well, Commissioner Robbie, you have
I guess just one other quick thing I wanted to say is one of the first things I got to work on when I became chair of the board back in 2013 was due to a longstanding dispute among Catherine and some of the county commissioners. Her salary, she was dramatically underpaid compared to the other countywide elected officials. And that was one of the first things I did when I came in as chair, was to begin to solve that. And it took several cycles, several years to get us to where we are now. But, that is something that I just wanted to note too, in the context of all the work that she did. And, despite her hard work and despite all the, the behind the scenes things that she was doing all the time, she was underpaid for the vast majority of her service compared to her peers, especially given the experience that she had. And so that is just sort of an item that I wanted to mention in the context of all this, because I think it's important, and it's relevant to who she was. And, I just think it's important to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, we will continue to honor Catherine in the new year as well. So we have other resolutions to discuss. Tina, you're up next. And Terry.
Join me at the podium. I have the honor and pleasure to read this resolution of appreciation to Terry Ballantyne for 30 years of service to Washtenaw County and to congratulate him on his retirement from Washtenaw County Finance Office. Whereas Terry Ballantyne began his employment with Washtenaw County in 1994 and is retiring after 30 years of dedicated public service. Whereas Mr. Ballantyne earned his Bachelor of Science degree in accounting from Eastern Michigan University in 1990. Whereas Mr. Ballantyne started his career at Washtenaw County in the finance department as a senior accountant. And whereas He was promoted to senior accounting analyst in 2012. Whereas Mr. Ballantyne has been an active and well-respected member of professional and industry organizations focused on government finance in public service. Whereas Mr. Ballantyne earned the respect of his team and coworkers and became a trusted advisor to county leaders by dedicating his efforts to providing exceptional knowledge, support, and service consistent with the core values of Washtenaw County. Whereas he led the efforts to deploy and support the finance work that Washtenaw County currently depends on to deliver critical services to the people within Washtenaw County. Whereas Mr. Ballantyne was instrumental in streamlining and modernizing multiple award-winning county finance processes within governmental accounting and auditing standards, guidelines, and best practices. Whereas through Mr. Ballantyne's leadership and expertise over his tenure, the county has won Government Finance Officers Association's Triple Crown Award each year since 2010. That consists of the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting since 1990, the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award since 1992, and the Award for Excellence in Popular Financial Reporting since 2010, which places us in very select company. Whereas Mr. Ballantyne has consistently demonstrated a strong commitment to the vision and values of Washtenaw County and has dedicated his career to public service. Now therefore be it resolved, the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners hereby honors and expresses its most sincere appreciation to Terry Ballantyne for his 30 years of dedicated service to Washtenaw County. And I had the pleasure to work alongside Terry for 28 of those 30 years. Congratulations.
Thank you, Terry. Please feel free to say anything if you'd like, but Greg is eager to sing your praises here.
So Terry, I almost get choked up when I see you standing there. You know, we've worked together for well over 2 decades, and I can't think of a finer person to represent this organization. And it is one of the greatest honors that I've had to be one of your colleagues. So I want to just say from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for what you mean to this organization, this community. Again, you're just the jewel that the county does. You know, you come in every day and you say hello and you go about your business in a way that we all should think about emulating. So thank you so much for what you do, and best of luck to you as you move on to the next chapter in your life.
Thank you. I don't really have anything prepared, but one word that comes to my mind is gratefulness. I have friends who have been unemployed, who struggled with underemployment, or they've had difficult circumstances while they were employed. And I have to say that over 30 years, I have really enjoyed working here. I have had the privilege of having different mentors like Peter Ballios and Peter Collinson and Kelly Belknap, and now Tina and Catherine and you, Greg. You and I have worked together, you said, for 20, 25 years probably. And also my direct supervisor, Tom Sweeney. And the word gratefulness, I am so thankful for them. And I'm thankful to this board and previous board members for just giving me a job and providing generously to me and my family. Thank you very much. And I have, over 30 years, I have prayed for you all. I will continue to do that. And again, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Terry. All right, Commissioner Robbie.
Yeah, I just wanted to pile on with the thanks. I think your job, similar to what I was just saying about Catherine, you know, you're in the back office doing the work and getting it all done. And I think a lot of times, you know, we don't appreciate enough the people that are in your shoes that are doing this kind of work. And you've been doing it for so long and with such you know, grace for our county, for the constituents, for this community. And, you and I have, we've interacted a few times over my many years, as a county commissioner, but, this is a well-deserved retirement and you have served the people of Washtenaw County very well. And I just want to add my thanks to what everybody else has already said for your dedication. It's not easy to be a public servant, and it's not easy to, I know you're grateful for the job, but it's also not easy to show up every day and to do the work that you did behind the scenes and, to keep everything afloat the way you did. So thank you for your service. Thank you for your work. We appreciate you.
We have anybody else? Well, Terry, thank you for your service. I will miss running into you in the hall and frequently in the bathroom, actually. I frequently would run into you in the bathroom. So we will miss you around here. And best of luck with whatever the plan is next. Yeah. All right, Kathy, you're next, please. Pretty rare that we are able to actually surprise somebody with one of these. I ran into Kathy walking into the building, and she said she was surprised to find out about the resolution. But once the packet is published, then it's public for everybody.
Nobody told me.
Nobody told her. So it's a real honor to be able to be here and read this resolution to honor Kathy Wyatt for her years of service here at Washtenaw County. So I'll start. It's a resolution honoring Kathy Wyatt for 16 years of service to Washtenaw County and congratulating her on her retirement from the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office. Whereas Kathy Wyatt has dedicated 16 years of service to Washtenaw County as the executive analyst and assistant to the sheriff, providing unwavering support to Sheriff Jerry Clayton and contributing to the success and mission of the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office. And whereas Kathy Wyatt's background in law, politics, and criminal justice shaped her studies at the University of Michigan, Eastern Michigan University, and her lifelong commitment to social and racial justice uniquely prepared her to lead with compassion, excellence, and integrity. And whereas Kathy Wyatt's passion for community wellness and advocacy is reflected in her active roles in numerous organizations, including co-founding the Ypsilanti Community High School Grizzly Community Support Center, which uses restorative practices to resolve conflicts and keep students in school, and facilitating the Washtenaw County Literacy Coalition to address literacy gaps and support educational success. And whereas literacy is foundational to personal and community success, and Kathy Wyatt's leadership and the Washtenaw County Literacy Coalition has enhanced opportunities for countless individuals, empowering them through education and skill building to achieve their full potential. And whereas Kathy Wyatt has co-facilitated the Washtenaw County Community Reentry Coalition, helping individuals successfully transition back into the community, and has served on the boards of the Family Learning Institute, Washtenaw County Continuum of Care, Success by 6 Early Childhood Collaborative, and many other organizations dedicated to improving lives in Washtenaw County. And whereas Kathy Wyatt's selflessness, compassion, and tireless dedication to others have left an indelible impact on her colleagues and the community, as evidenced by her multiple honors, including the Professional Administrative Excellence Award from 2023 and Service and Program Improvement Award 2012, and the Clayton Special Citation 2016. And whereas Kathy Wyatt's unwavering commitment to racial equity, social justice, literacy, and community wellness embodies the highest standards of public service, inspiring those around her to strive for a more equitable and compassionate society. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners expresses its deepest gratitude to Kathy Wyatt for exemplary service to Washtenaw County, for her extraordinary contributions to community wellness, and her passionate advocacy for social justice, and congratulates her on a well-deserved retirement. I would also add, I would not be where I am right now without Kathy Wyatt for her mentorship and everything that you've done for me and all the work that we've done together over the years. It's really an honor to be able to be here next to you for this. So congratulations, Kathy.
Thank you. I haven't prepared anything to say because you all surprised me. It has been an honor to serve Washtenaw County, the people of Washtenaw County, and to work for Washtenaw County Sheriff Jerry Clayton. who has, for the last 16 years, been served the people of Washtenaw County, putting the people of Washtenaw County always first and what was best for them, who has been it is hard for me. I'm actually really almost at a loss for words, which if you know me is, but to work with a sheriff like Jerry Clayton, who is respected not just in Washington County, but throughout the state, throughout the United States, and even internationally, has been such a privilege to do the kind of work that we have done at the sheriff's office. Has been such a honor and pleasure. I believe that we are supposed to, as individuals, make the lives of others better, that this should be our overarching and primary goal. We're supposed to do that as individuals, as public servants. And I'm moving from public service to back to being an individual, but I will continue to do the work that I have done in different contexts to make people's lives better in Washtenaw County. And I will be retiring, which will mean I'll get a little more sleep. But I also plan to intentionally and strategically flunk retirement. Thank you so much, all of you who are my friends at this table, and thank you to all my friends in the audience. I'm done.
Okay, all right, well, I'm sure. People have comments, so who wants to go? Commissioner LeBar.
Don't make me cry. There's been,
I make no promises, Kathy. I was just checking my Gmail for the first email that I had with you, which was December of 2006. I was working for Congressman Dingell at the time. I was green as grass in terms of this community in that context. And you and I had the my pleasure and your challenge of serving together on the County Dems board. And I just want to say, Kathy, you were really impactful to me as somebody who could help me understand the community and the needs in the community. But you were somebody who I've seen now in multiple contexts coming up on 2 decades, who has just been such an impactful connector of human beings in this community. And I haven't forgotten either some of your direct advocacy with me in the context of the 2008 sheriff's primary, and the perspective you gave, and to see you have 16 years. Yes, Sheriff Clayton is a remarkable sheriff. I'd attest the best in the country. But part of that success is because you were there at his side. And I mean that sincerely and not with any sort of false grandeur there, Kathy. You made sure things happened, but more importantly, you made sure individual people felt heard, honored, respected, engaged. And that's exhausting work. And you did it with grace and with kindness and with really a zest for people and for connecting them. We're really fortunate in this community to have you here, and we're fortunate as an organization to have had 16 years of your skills and talents. And so I do hope you find a way to sleep and not completely flunk retirement. But I will say this, Kathy, we're fortunate to have you, and I'm glad we get a chance to tell you that now. Thank you so much for all you've done, and I look forward to finding some way to call upon you in the future and just be in your presence.
I have a feeling I'll be calling on you all too.
Okay.
Sure, in ways that might be challenging for us, right? We'd expect nothing less. Anybody else? Commissioner Scott.
I think, first of all, wow, that you have email from 2006, Commissioner LeBar. But the 13,000 unread messages in my box may belie similar emails. But what I was gonna say is that I bet every one of us at this table would talk about when we first got involved in the county party, you were the person. You were the person that welcomed us all in, that did not make us feel like we didn't belong, like we were part of the family. You opened your arms to every one of us. You listened to us. You brought us to the table. You were the person who probably brought everybody here to the table at that county party. And that's no small thing. And you didn't do it because we were commissioners. I started coming to that party and just was little Katie Scott, nurse at the university. And you didn't know what I was going to do, but you made sure that I felt welcome. And since then, I've looked forward to talking to you with your insight on all sorts of different matters, because you really have your finger on the pulse of what's happening in this community. And so while this is a huge loss for Washtenaw County, it is a huge win for, I meant like the government, not the people. Like, yeah, us here, the working people here at the county. But it's a huge win for the rest of the county for them to have more of your time. When I heard you say though that you think you're gonna sleep more, I bet you're not.
That's
bet-
aspirational.
Yeah, I think that's aspirational, but I bet you're not, because you're gonna find so many things. You already know some of them, and so many more are gonna come to you. And you are somebody who I recognize in my heart. You're just a girl who can't say no to helping her community. And I know that we're going to see so much more of you, but congratulations on your retirement. And I look forward to your failing grade.
Commissioner Sanders and then Light.
She's gonna make me cry. They're one or the other. And I don't cry in public, so.
So I am proud to say Kathy is one of my constituents. I did not know that as I was encountering her over the years. I did not realize that until I think after I reached out to you to ask your opinion about whether or not you thought I had a chance to run for county commissioner. I think you are one of 3 people that I sought counsel from, that I listened to, that either pointed me in the areas that I needed to go or dragged me along. I aspire to have the energy that you have, because you are everywhere all the time, even when you're ailing. And I consider that to be commendable, because you care enough about our residents, you care enough about our party and those that you have adopted, to be always available, whether it's answering the phone or answering an email, or in some cases saying to me, Caroline, I can't do this, I can't lift, but I can drive. You can have them put it in my car. And so I really appreciate that. It is rare to find people, genuine people, that offer their support and their mentorship, because you have a wealth of knowledge that you don't have to share. And you have done that unselfishly. And I love you.
It is mutual. I think I have stories and memories with all of you that are kind of special. And part of that is that I found something special in all of you at one time or another. You got me. I'm working on keeping that tear in there.
Well, let's see what Commissioner Light can do.
I'm not gonna make you cry. I'm gonna not make myself cry, but I call you Mama Kathy. So when y'all see me running around here, I'm like, oh, it's Mama Kathy, because when Caroline drug me into the Washtenaw Dems, You were the welcoming, you had the mothering spirit, and you encouraged me when I said, I want to run because, I had already seen Caroline doing. She was like, well, you need to talk to Kathy. I said, I'm going to talk to Mama Kathy. And you encouraged me. You instructed me on what to do, how to do it. And you wrote my first check supporting me. So when I did that campaign report, you were the first name that went in because you wrote a check because you believed in me. You said, I know you can do it and you're going to do it. And I don't expect anything else but for you to win. You sat on Zoom with me in my living room while my kids was running wild and it was loud in my house. But I appreciate you for all that you do. You go above and beyond. Over in my district in Sycamore Meadows, you make sure all of those children are encouraged for literacy and making sure that they're fed and that they have coats and just all of the things that you do. It's a laundry list. And I don't think anybody else's county gets that. They don't get the mothering. They don't get the love that we do. And I know you don't just love me the most, but I feel that way. I feel I'm your favorite and that you love me the most, but I know you love us all the same. But I appreciate you and I congratulate you. And I want you to get some time for yourself. I don't know if I got to plan us a girls' trip a day or something, but you deserve it because you are amazing. And the sheriff's office will never, ever have anyone like you. And whoever comes in your space have some big shoes to fill, and there'll always be like a half a space because no one can ever be you. No one will ever be Mama Kathy because you are who you are. I love you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to do this and try not to cry. So here we go. There are people who have a calling, and that's what you have. So to Commissioner Scott's point, you're leaving Washtenaw County government, but you're not leaving your calling. You're taking it with you. And we're lucky that some of us get to stay with you on a little bit of that journey. Your work and dedication and push and drive and unshakable strength, it's immeasurable. It really is. The things that you've done. Much like Commissioner Scott said, you believed in little Shannon Beaman, who had a newborn on her lap and said she wanted to be county commissioner. You've inspired so many people and done so much good. And that's going to continue. And I'm sure of that. And all of us here are to support you in that, in whatever way that we can. But back to that, the role you have, it's a job. You could come into this job and clock in at 9 and clock out at 5. And that's not who you are. And that's not what you've done. In fact, I was just on Facebook in a community group and someone was asking a question and the answer was to contact Kathy at the sheriff's department. So just the immeasurable lives that you've touched, I could go on and on. So just thank you. And we're honored to know you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you. Kathy, we've known each other for quite some time too. I went back and looked at my email to see if I could beat Commissioner LeBar, but
Yeah, I knew him. I knew him when he was short.
that's true. That's true. That's very true. Yeah, that's very true.
Actually, that's an exaggeration.
I didn't even email back then, so no, but I just wanted to layer on and just say a thank you for all the work that you've done for our community. It has not been easy. It has been exhausting, and for most like normal human beings, they would have been run down by it, and they probably would have quit a lot earlier. But you persevered. You kept showing up.
Oh, I'm not quitting.
Well,
I'm just-
I didn't say you were. I didn't say you were. I'm just saying a lot of other people probably would have left it a lot earlier. And, but you didn't, and you kept persevering, you kept showing up, you kept pushing. And it wasn't just the job that you did really at the sheriff's office, it was the job you did in the community too. And building community, working with people from all different backgrounds, from all different parts of the community, and being not just a voice and a presence for the sheriff's office, but for so many other things that you were involved in. So, and I'm planning to say this too for the resolution about Sheriff Clayton, but the two of you together, obviously, you know, we're a fantastic team that raised the bar at the sheriff's office quite a bit. I remember when we had our previous sheriff and before Jerry Clayton, and just looking across the state, when I was at my state vantage point, looking at some of the other sheriffs, we have here in Washtenaw County, thanks to the work that you and Jerry have done, raised the bar on what it means to be a sheriff, what it means to run a sheriff's office. And that would not have been possible. I think some of my colleagues said this without you and the work that the two of you did together. So thank you for your service to the people of Washtenaw County. We appreciate you.
Thank you. And not everybody thinks it's fun to, but I do, to the sheriff and I working on a resolution for Senator Booker's hearing at 10 p.m. at night, because had to be one page and every word count. And that I think was fun. So I don't know what that says about me or what, but yes, I feel privileged to have been able to contribute to that kind of work. And like I said, I'm not going very far.
I didn't expect you to.
Commissioner Machewski.
Thank you, Chair. Kathy, I want to note your generosity of time, advice, thoughts, suggestions, helping to get things done. Your service is for me been an opportunity to talk to somebody to help through processes and break down walls. So I want to thank you for that in your service. I want to note as well that we've recognized a few people tonight, and I think they all have something in common. This pride in working for Washtenaw County, the pride of this organization, the dedication and the passion for the work that is being done. I think it's quite remarkable that we're fortunate to be county commissioners for a county that has such a fantastic culture and fantastic people that have dedicated so many years of service. Kathy, you're a shining example of that, and I thank you for all the help you've given me as well. So thank you.
Thank you all again.
All right, next we have the voice of Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. Hi, Kathy. I'm sorry that I'm not there. I do just want to take credit. I asked for this resolution. Sorry that it was a complete shock. But I wish I could be there to give you a hug in person. Much like some of the other stories, early on in my career, I think people think that I've always had, good partnerships, and I've known every corner of the community and have had the ability to reach into neighborhoods in Ypsilanti that I would otherwise not. That's always been a thing. But actually, when I first started working for Senator Irwin, I didn't really know anyone. I knew the people that I knew from college, and I knew some of the people that I knew from waiting tables, but I didn't really know Ypsilanti. And one of the first events that I attended for my boss back then, you were at, and it was criminal justice related. And you sat there and talked to me, and we've kept a good relationship ever since then. And I think one of the most valuable parts about the work you've done is really changing the narrative of what public safety means, to recognize that we have to look at people as a whole person, and that we're not going to have safe communities if people are hungry, if people are without housing and water and electricity and literacy. The work that you've done both in housing and literacy, I think, is incredibly just remarkable. I'll say this later when we recognize Sheriff Clayton, but I don't know if this is true, but I think it is very rare that you will find a sheriff's office that will take funding away from what could be used on traditional policing to fund supportive housing services, to keep people out of jail, and to keep people out of the cycle of addiction, to homelessness, to incarceration. And I know that probably had a lot to do with you and what you were saying. And I'll just add, because keeping this on theme, pro women tonight, behind every powerful man is the woman behind the screen that nobody knows is actually pushing for some of the really incredible things that we've seen in Washtenaw County. And so I appreciate all the work that you've done to make Washtenaw County better. And I'm really sorry that I can't be there to give you a hug. And I hope to see you in person soon and give you a big hug.
Thank you, Annie. And once you can stand the pain, I will give you a hug. Thank you.
All right, well, don't go just yet. So since we are lucky to have Kathy here with us, in addition to her resolution, we do have the resolution that's been talked about to honor Sheriff Clayton, who is not here. And I would like to ask Kathy to read the resolution.
And it would be an honor.
All right.
Because I think it's kind of appropriate to have somebody read the resolution who not only knows what a great Sheriff Jerry Clayton was and is until 1st of January, but also loves and respects him. So with that in mind, I'd like to read the resolution. A resolution honoring Washtenaw County Sheriff Jerry Clayton for his 36 years of dedicated service to Washtenaw County and congratulating him on his retirement. Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, December 4th, 2024. Whereas Sheriff Jerry L. Clayton has served as a criminal justice professional for over 36 years, dedicating his career to the Washtenaw County Sheriff's Office and becoming the longest-serving sheriff in Washtenaw County history, with 16 years and 4 terms of service since first taking office on January 1st, 2009. And whereas Sheriff Jerry Clayton is the first and only African-American sheriff in Washtenaw County and the only African-American among the 5 countywide elected officials, making history and breaking barriers throughout his tenure. And whereas Sheriff Jerry Clayton leads a values-driven organization of approximately 420 employees, managing a $62 million plus budget and serving a geographically diverse 720 square mile area with a population of approximately 370,000, encompassing both urban and rural communities. And whereas Sheriff Clayton has spent his entire 20-year criminal justice career with the Sheriff's Office, rising through the ranks to serve in key leadership roles, including Corrections Commander, Police Services Commander, and SWAT Team Commander, as well as being a certified criminal justice trainer, specializing in cultural diversity, bias-free policing, organizational change, and leadership. And whereas under Sheriff Clayton's leadership, the Sheriff's Office transformed its culture and operations, becoming a model organization lauded by agencies across the nation and internationally for its focus on community engagement, equity, and innovative programs like the LEAD, Law Enforcement Assisted Diversion and Deflection, and ABLE, Active Bystandership for Law Enforcement Programs. And whereas Sheriff Clayton's national and international contributions, including serving as a governor-appointed commissioner and chairperson for the Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards, membership on the National Council on Criminal Justice and advisory roles for the NYU School of Law, Policing Project, and U.S. Congressional Committees on Criminal Justice Reform. And whereas Sheriff Clayton has served on numerous local boards, including the Washtenaw Area Council for Children, Safe House, NAMI, the Washtenaw County Mental Health Treatment Court Advisory Board, Washtenaw Alive, and the Continuum of Care Board, reflecting his dedication to improving public safety and community wellness. And whereas Sheriff Clayton has received national and international recognition, including invitations to present at conferences hosted by the United Nations High Command on Human Rights and an international community policing conference in Barcelona, Spain. And whereas Sheriff Clayton has exemplified the highest standards of law enforcement leadership, demonstrating compassion, integrity, fiscal responsibility, and a steadfast commitment to community engagement and criminal justice reform. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners expresses its deep gratitude to Sheriff Jerry L. Clayton for his decades of dedicated service, transformative leadership, and an unwavering commitment to the residents of Washtenaw County.
Give a hand for Sheriff Clayton.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting to actually get the resolution be honoring me tonight. I wasn't expecting to read this. They were kind of last minute a request, but I think it is appropriate that I read it. Because I know him better than anybody in the room. We have worked together for 16 years. And as I said earlier, I know the caliber of his leadership, how much he cared about the people of Washtenaw County, and how heavy that responsibility for the people of Washtenaw County and for the staff of the sheriff's office weighed on his shoulders every single day. And because I respect him and I do love him, he is my friend. So I thought when Justin asked, it seemed like the right thing to do. And I want to thank you for honoring him, for honoring me. Thank you.
All right. Well, want to get a picture with Kathy with the resolution before I get back, and then we can have comments about Sheriff Clayton. All right. Did you have a comment? I think you alluded to a comment. Commissioner Robbie.
Great, thank you. And so I just want to add my thanks to, some of the comments that I made earlier and to the resolution. Obviously, a big thank you to Jerry Clayton for his service to our community. It's sort of, I know he's not here today, but maybe he will review the video at a later time. But Jerry, I just want to thank you for the work that you've dedicated to our community. As I was saying before, I remember what things were like before you were here, and having had the opportunity to look across the state. You have created an organization that has raised the bar on sheriff's offices, across our state, across our country, and certainly even here in Washtenaw County. And so, as you look to retirement, I hope that you, can look back on your service with pride about the work that you've done for our community and for our people. So I just want to thank you for your dedication and for your work to the people of Washtenaw County. And, like I was saying, in my remarks with Kathy, showing up every day with that compassion and that drive to make a difference in our community and to build a better future for all. So thank you for your work. I'm looking at Kathy now because she's here. And Kathy has really always been kind of like Kathy and Jerry, it's like they're a pair, right? So, and you're here. So I'm looking at you as I'm saying this because it's important. And the two of you were a team. And so thank you and thank Jerry for all the work that you've done for our community.
Thank you. Commissioner Light.
I would just like to thank Sheriff Clayton for allowing me to have a snippet of time to work with him. It has been amazing for the short amount of time that I have got to experience his leadership and see it firsthand, not just from the outside of the community looking in, but inside. And so I appreciate all that he has done, all of the things, and I want him to enjoy his retirement. And I told him he had to wait until I was done, but I guess he didn't want to honor my request. So I guess I'll let him slide and go ahead and retire. And I just wish him the best and with the rest of his endeavors, because I'm sure he's not going to stop doing whatever just to have a good time. He's going to continue working. So the best and happy retirement. Congratulations.
Commissioner Sanders.
I give Sheriff Clayton, I call him Jerry. I give him his flowers every time I talk to him. But I want to publicly say that not only have I known the Claytons since our children were in school together, since his first run for sheriff, I can't tell you how elated I was to, quite frankly, see an African-American man choose to throw his hat in the ring and to not only run, but win, and to be our longest standing sheriff, who I believe has led with integrity, has created cutting edge programs and trainings, trying to reverse what I'm going to call systemic racism in the police department. But more importantly, when I reached out to him, I reached out to some people in that first campaign. Some of them didn't have the courtesy to call me back. Jerry answered my call right away and basically without hesitation said, I'll absolutely endorse you. And I am convinced that his endorsement, his heavyweight endorsement, opened so many doors for me. And as Kathy has alluded to, has said, because I was married to a police officer and I still have friends that are of service. No one understands the burden of being the top law enforcement officer in our county. And I want to make sure that people recognize as he steps down to try and live a life that he has put on hold for the protection of the residents of this county, that you recognize the tremendous works that he has done on our behalf to keep us safe, to do work that many times was above and beyond the responsibilities of the sheriff's office. And you don't know how much you're going to miss something until it's gone. And so I say unapologetically, he is my sheriff and he will always be my sheriff. And I wish him and his family well. And I hope that he has an opportunity to enjoy a life that he has put on hold for us. And I just appreciate it.
Go to Administrator Dill, and then Labar, and then Beeman, and then Scott.
Thank you, Chair. And I know much of what I would say has already been said. But a couple of times tonight, I've heard individuals talking about making life better for the residents of this county. And I think that no one did more to impact the lives of our community, our residents of our community, than Jerry L. Clayton. And I certainly want to make sure that he understands that he had impact. And oftentimes we see people moving into political roles and they have very little impact. He impacted our community in a way that not many who follow him will be able to achieve. And I'm grateful to him. I'm grateful to his leadership, his friendship. And I would say to him, take your time now, take your bow now. You have done the great work for our community, and we thank you so much for what you've done.
Commissioner Labar.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Sanders said it well when she talked about he will always be her sheriff. He will always be mine. Jerry has been incredibly kind and decent to me, and is somebody I count certainly as a friend, but mainly as a mentor. The time Jerry has given to me, just as an individual, is something I'm really grateful for. They say a prophet is never accepted in his hometown, and to some degree, I don't think we'll fully understand just what a remarkable sheriff Sheriff Clayton has been until he's gone. And I say that because, candidly, one of the things I wish I had done differently earlier this year in the context of talking about such an impactful millage that Sheriff Clayton was the driving force behind, was not stop and recognize, we have a game changer in our midst. And I wish in our quest for maybe the perfect, we would recognize that more directly. And I think when Jerry Clayton speaks in a room, he commands it in a way that, is rare. And I think sometimes Jerry was able to convince people of things because of his talents in that role, and because he just spoke with a credibility nobody else did. And that comes from a professional life in law enforcement. I also just want to say, I hope he and Sybil have a chance to go anywhere and everywhere that they have not been able to for roughly 40 years as he's been doing this work and she's been doing her work, and they've worked to raise their kids, and hopefully their family will grow. We're really lucky to have had Jerry Clayton as our sheriff. We're far luckier to have him in and of the community. And I wish I had taken a chance more properly to recognize him and thank him and say, Sheriff Clayton, you're sort of the best of us. Thank you, sir. Enjoy this time off and know you're appreciated.
Thank you. Commissioner Beeman.
Thank you, Chair. Echoing a lot of the statements that have been made tonight about Sheriff Clayton. He was my sheriff. My village, now city, is served by Washtenaw County. We don't have any other policing. When I first ran for office, the instigator that we just recognized introduced me to Sheriff Clayton. And in our first meeting, we sat down and he asked me what was important. And I told him a story about why I was running, about how my friend's partner had lost his life to the opioid crisis, and that it impacts our rural areas, as well as suicide, as well as many other issues, poverty, homelessness, all of these different things. And here's this little girl from one of the smallest places in Washtenaw County talking to one of the biggest men in Washtenaw County. And he took every word to heart. And before I even won this seat, he said, we're going to work on those things. We need to address those things. You're right. Some of our areas that are quiet are still having issues too. And so I'm thankful, much like Commissioner Sanders, his endorsement really helped me right out of the gate. But I'm just also thankful for all the work that he's done, all the things that he's done across the county. Uh, I remember in the pandemic out with the sheriffs giving cleaning supplies and other supplies out of our pantry in Manchester. He was everywhere. And I'm so grateful that he's going to have time to be anywhere he wants to be instead of everywhere that we want him to be. So just thank you. Thank you, Jerry. And we know you won't go that far.
Anybody else? Commissioner Maciejewski.
Thank you, Chair. I will certainly agree that Sheriff Clayton has left an indelible mark on our county. Yeah, I've actually heard it in other states when I identified that I was from the Ann Arbor area in Washtenaw County, and people have actually name checked him as being such an impactful leader in law enforcement and community relations. I wanted to note as well, he was always accessible for Western Washtenaw County. He was completely dedicated to making sure the townships had sheriff's service if they wanted to contract for it, and making sure that those were taken care of and done. He would show up in Dexter at the parades, Dexter and Chelsea. He would be at town hall meetings when I asked him to talk about some difficult subjects with law enforcement. He was always there to support our community and the work that he has done. I completely agree that we cannot appreciate what he has done as our sheriff in the current time. We will look back at his record at some point in the future and realize what a progressive, visionary leader he was as a sheriff in our county. So fortunate that we have the opportunity to recognize him, thank him for his service, and wish him the best going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott has let me know I missed her. My apologies, Commissioner Scott. You're next.
Thank you, Chair. Jerry, I don't know if you're watching this or if you're gonna watch it. Like, I want to look at the camera, even though I hate the way I look in the camera. But what I want to say is that I can remember being first elected, and then I was chair of the Ways and Means Committee, and I came to the sheriff's office, and I got escorted back to your office, probably by Kathy. I mean, like, and I just remember sitting in that office and looking at this giant budget board that you had and being 100% impressed with the intricacy with which you knew where every dollar was going and to what programs and things were color. I mean, it was gigantic, this board. And also you may not know this about me, anybody, but I don't really get intimidated by a lot of people. But like sitting in your office, I was a little like, oh God, I'm a little intimidated. But not too much because of your aura, because of the spirit that you had. And it was clear that you were doing what you were doing from a position of wanting to be transformative. And that's not a small word. And I think that you 100% have been transformative in Washtenaw County, and that has spread to the rest of the country. The work that you have done, the examples that you've set, the policies, the innovative programming, all of those things are things that changed government here, and then they seeped out in the best way possible to the rest of the United States. So thanks for not only transforming things here in the county, but also in the entire United States. That's no small thing. I also just want to echo Commissioner Maciejewski. I think a few other people have said this, but since he is the most recent one in my short memory brain, he's who I remember. But he talked about how accessible he was. Let me tell you about an issue that I was having with something this summer. I was really worried about something, and actions that were maybe going to be taken weren't going to be taken, et cetera. And it was a hot summer night. I remember sitting in my bedroom and Jerry calling me at 10:30 at night to talk about my concerns. And he listened to me. And I think he maybe was a little frustrated with me when we talked, but then like even after we got off the phone, after talking for 45 minutes, he texted me back after that and said he was really thinking about what I said. And I believed it. Like, and I still do. He really would take what you were saying and listen to it. He didn't just like say like, Katie, I hear, yeah. He really listened to it. He understood what I was saying. He made every attempt to open his heart to hear what people were saying. And I just think like people don't realize the enormous work that these jobs entail. I like to them, like the sheriff is like a song, like that people sing at reggae night. With I shot the sheriff. Like that's a thing. Like they just think like it's the sheriff. Like how hard can this be? Seeing that budget on your wall and the enormous political pressures that you are always under and the fact that you are always working calling back commissioners who are concerned about the way things may happen at 10:30 at night, and I know I'm not the only one. um that's pretty phenomenal, and not everybody in the world can work that hard. And the only people that can, in my heart, I believe, the only people that can are the people who have passion and a calling, and that what they're doing is not a job, it's a vocation. And so thank you, Sheriff Clayton, um, very much for the work that you've done in transforming this community and this country.
Thank you. Commissioner Somerville.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to echo a lot of what's already been said to Sheriff Clayton. Thank you for your service. And what I kind of alluded to when I was thanking Kathy is thank you for thinking beyond traditional policing, even if there have been moments over the last few years where folks have suggested that you haven't done that. Working in Lansing, I hear all the time how transformative the work that's been done in Washtenaw County is. And like Commissioner Maciejewski said, he's heard your name dropped out of state. I hear your name dropped in Lansing all the time. And I think that the work that we have seen here that has been recognized and has been used for models or potential pilots in other communities in Michigan and across the country is really amazing. And I just want to like lift up, we've made a lot of changes to how things are going to be done with the millage going forward. And, I'll take credit for anything that fails because I'll just say it was my fault. But for all the things that I think will be positive out of that, us spending more money on people to prevent crime and promote public safety, that's because of the vision that you had. Everything that we've done to change the ordinance is really because all the programs that you've already put into place. And some of that goes to just, you were in our boardroom within the first 6 months of my first term on the board. And when you gave a presentation on the budget, I made one tiny comment about wishing that we could spend more millage dollars on housing. And I really just made the comment because it was what I was thinking, but I didn't think it was going to happen or could happen, or there would be the will to do it. And about a week later, I was at an event. You came up to me, you told me that you heard what I had said and that you had reached out to Avalon Housing to talk about expending more money on permanent supportive housing with the reentry program that you already have in place. And I also just want to thank you for, I hope he's still out there. Thank you for hiring Derek Jackson. Almost no sheriff has ever thought to hire a social worker to work in the community. And I think that's really valuable, especially where Washtenaw County was when you first got elected and some of the violence that happened by police in Ypsilanti back then, and having somebody who really wanted to build bridges between residents and police and improve police training and make sure that we're looking at things like implicit bias and all of that. And so thank you for hiring Derek Jackson. Thank you for hiring Kathy Wyatt. And thank you for all of the things that you've done. I also just want to say, over the last 2 years, I've listened in the boardroom to people giving public comment saying things that weren't true or saying things that were meant to be misleading and make it seem like you were hiding money somewhere and in random places to be used on something else. And I just want to say, from everything from putting more money into permanent supportive housing to coming to us when you saw there was a problem with the increase in need for community corrections. And there was a lot of heat related to that item, but we did the right thing. We ultimately came together and made sure that people didn't get put in jail and save the county money while we were doing it. And so I just want to thank you for all of that, in spite of some of the negative feedback that we all had to listen to and you had to listen to. And then I also just want to say, because in the resolution, it was, you were honored for being our first Black sheriff. And I just want to say, I hope you're not the last. I hope we elect another Black sheriff in Washtenaw County someday. So thank you for your service.
All right. Well, I also want to thank Sheriff Clayton for his service, and we'll get the resolution to you. When I think back on some of the time working with Sheriff Clayton, some of my favorite memories were actually before I was elected to the board. Sheriff Clayton and Director Cortez actually came to guest speak in the first class I ever taught to talk about the millage. So it was the year that they were trying to educate the community about the public safety and mental health millage. And it was just a really interesting experience, I know, for the students in that class, and great for me to be able to work with them in that way years before I ended up on the board. Another memory I often think about is during the height of the pandemic when the sheriff's office would deploy the vehicle to be able to get resources out into the community. There were a number of times that I'd volunteer with them to distribute in Eastern Washtenaw, particularly like in West Willow, Sugarbrick area. Derek was often there. I'm pointing at Derek, he's in the audience. So I was often working out there with Sheriff Clayton and Derek. Really tough time for everybody, but a fond memory to be able to work alongside them to support the community. So thank you, Sheriff Clayton, for your service. All right, we will move on now. Oh, before we move on, there is another countywide elected official, Evan Pratt, the Water Resources Commissioner, who is retiring. We have not forgotten Evan. Evan is traveling and just can't be here. So we considered we have a resolution that's already prepared. We considered passing that resolution and giving it to Harry. Harry is also traveling and is not able to be here. So Evan preferred that we give him his resolution in January or February. So we will stay tuned for that, but we did not forget Evan. All right, we will move on now into our regularly scheduled programming here. Are you trying to say something? No? Okay. All right, well, now we move into public participation. So we've lost much of the public that was in the audience. Perhaps they've moved online, but we will see. So here at the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, you get 3 minutes for public comment. If you are in the room, you will approach the podium. We've got a great color-coded light system. Starts at green, goes down to yellow when you got 1 minute left, and then goes to red when you are out of time. If it is red, you have to stop talking. Otherwise, I will have to gavel at you, and I don't want to have to do that. When you begin speaking, please state your name, city, or township. We need to get that into the record. Ashlyn will do that over here. If you are joining us via Zoom, you will hit the raise hand icon to indicate that you would like to speak. I will call on you. Same rules apply. You will state your name, city, or township. You get 3 minutes. We also have a timer that may appear on the screen to help you out with that, and walk-off music if you exceed your time. If you are joining us via Zoom by phone, you will hit *9 to raise your hand. You will be called on. You will hit *6 to unmute yourself, and then same rules apply, except you won't be able to see anything visually, but we'll stop you at 3 if we need to. Public comment, name, city, or township.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman and Commissioners and elected officials. My name is Marty Colburn, City Manager, City of Chelsea. And thrilled to be here this evening, bringing you some feedback and some positive working relationships with the county that I wanted to brief you on. Quickly, though, I did want to say on behalf of the community of Chelsea to all of you, the condolences for the loss of Catherine McClary. I know that's a huge loss as we lose comrades and colleagues. That being said, one of the things that we want to come and actually thank you for, the city is working with the county and the county administration in regard to looking at the courthouse and some of the administrative space and the future use. So those discussions are going forward in regard to the service center concept. We're very excited. You had established the priorities of 5 priorities. Chelsea's on the list. Thank you. We do appreciate that. And sincerely mean that. We're looking forward to having a service center to bring together a lot of these services. The next thing I wanted to bring out was the public safety millage. As you know, we have our own police department, so we get a distribution of those funds. The city had saved that for a while so that we had a pool of money to work with. We worked with our stakeholders, Trinity Hospital, of course, the Washtenaw County Mental Health, Community Mental Health, 5 Healthy Towns, Chelsea Library, a lot of the different stakeholders to work with the school district. And what we formulated was one of the best ways to use these funds is to bring in, to help bridge the gap in the afternoons, but working with the school district with a social worker. So we now officially have a social worker on staff with the city. She's learning the ropes, and we're very excited to get her going. She's working with, again, all these different agencies, and we'll continue to grow that job. Again, congratulations also in regard to the millage for the public safety millage. We're greatly appreciative, and we'll expand those services. The next one I wanted to say is congratulations, particularly with the senior millage. And I truly would like to thank our commissioner, Chelsea's commissioner, in terms of helping carry the water on that particular piece of legislation and having the allowance of the people to vote on it and support it. We have a growing population of seniors, and it's a very important service that will be provided for many years to come. I know I've had the opportunity to work with the chairman in regard to the brownfields, and we'll continue to do that great environmental work. And I'll leave you with a statement by our Chelsea Human Rights Commission. As you know, November was the Civility Month, and they put out different messages, but one of them that I really took to heart was civility is choosing community over chaos. And so you provide that great service of helping formulate and guide the community and not have chaos. Thank you for that service.
Thank you. Perfectly timed as well. Anybody else in the room like to give public comment? Just as a reminder, come on down. We can't respond immediately. That's a different item on our agenda, which is right after everyone has spoken. So please.
Thank you all for having me. My name is Jeremy Haley, Ipsy Township. I'd like to send my condolences to the family and to all who knew her. Last night at the Ipsy Township, they were praising her all night pretty much. So what I'm here to talk to you about, I'm sure you guys are all aware with the connected and automated vehicle thing that's coming up from the Lodge Freeway all the way to Ann Arbor Saline Road on I-94. I was at the environmental assessment in Glen Buren Township on Monday morning at 10. And basically the environmental assessment is kind of easy. It's in the median there, so it's not too much environment to mess up. But then they went on to the socio-economic impact. They're basically giving a public highway lane to a private company to manage the lane off and structure off just for self-driving cars. I myself, on the lower income side, will never own a self-driving car, so therefore that lane is going to be virtually blocked off for me, but yet I'm paying it for it through my taxes. And when they mentioned the socio-economic impact, they said, don't worry about that. They are going to be charging fees for it because it's a private company. They're putting in all the infrastructure. They're going to want to get the money back. And for those lower income people like myself, if I had a self-driving car, I would have to go to the DHS building in Ipsy, fill out some paperwork, and have the taxpayers pay for me to use that lane. So the taxpayers would be subsidizing a private company to use a lane. That's not right. And I'm asking you, as the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, to come up with a resolution for Washtenaw County to prevent any private company to taking over to manage any public use lane in Washtenaw County. Because this is absurd. I use the well-run, exit to get off on Ecorse Road because I live right off on Harrison Grove there. And they're going to use the left lane. They're going to use the left lane on both sides for that route. That exit is on the left side. So if I don't have an electric car, how am I supposed to get off on that exit? If I don't, you know, am I going to have to still pay? How about economy? The trucks coming from 94 that I see all the time use that exit to go to those businesses. Out-of-state trucks. Is this what being thought of? It's not. It's going to hurt the economy. And I won't ever use I-94 ever again. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so stick around for a response. Can you remind me of your name?
Oh, Jeremy.
Jeremy? Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else in the room? Public comment? Come on down. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. I was not prepared to do this tonight, but I'm here, so I'm going to do it. I'm going to speak this evening about the dynamic duo, Sheriff Clayton and Kathy Wyatt. I just want to share a little story. The first time that I officially met Sheriff Clayton was a little over 4 years ago on a Zoom meeting. And the Zoom meeting was with he and Executive Director Cortez to talk with me and learn about a little bit about my lived experience and the experience of a loved one who's had a really challenging time here in this county, here in the city of Ann Arbor, where he was born and raised. All I can remember from that meeting was seeing the top of Sheriff Clayton's bald head. He put his hand down and he just, I saw my reflection in his head when he shook his head and he looked to Trish and said, we need to get her involved on some boards and things. Well, I understood the assignment and I started getting involved. Really utilizing my lived experience mostly in the work that I was doing in the volunteerism. Well, fast forward a couple of years later, and Kathy, who, for those of you that don't know, is a family friend of mine. We go way back. Her children and my sister swam together at Huron High School, and she was a good friend of my mother's, who unfortunately is no longer here. So Kathy, I went to visit her one day in her office to speak to her, and she actually had something to speak with me about, which I was unaware. But she voluntold me that I would run for city council. And that took me a minute, but I understood that assignment as well. Shortly after I announced, I received a call from Sheriff Clayton, and he called me and asked me, could he endorse me? And he was my first endorsement. I was very, very honored to receive that call from him. And I knew that I could not disappoint, and his support for me, along with Kathy's belief in me, were the wind at my back. And I guess the rest is history, but fast forwarding another 2 years, I just want to say that this dynamic duo have put in the work here to support our most vulnerable citizens, those individuals who've been impacted by the carceral system. And I'm just here to say that if I ever have the opportunity to work with this population, I promise from the bottom of my heart, I will not disappoint. And just thank you too for the wonderful work that you've done for our community. And I love you. I love you, Kathy.
Thank you. Council member, while you are known to us, you still need to state your name and city. Sure.
I'm so sorry. I was so nervous. Cynthia Harrison from Ann Arbor. Is that right?
That's
I
correct. Thank you.
apologize.
That's okay. Thank you.
My bad.
And Councilperson Watson are
Oh.
the first you tell.
Yes, myself and Council Member Watson and I are the first. We are the first two Black council members in 15 years. I am the first Black councilwoman in 15 years, and Councilmember Watson is the first Black male council member in 28 years.
Thank
So-
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. It's all good stuff, but if I give you too much extra time, they'll get on me as they do. Anybody else in the room would like to give public comment? Please state your name, city or township.
Alicia Dyer, Scioto Township. So I just wanted to speak for a moment to say, going back to Catherine McCleary, how much of a trailblazer she was for so many women in Washtenaw County. And so I just wanted to touch on that. I had a swearing-in ceremony yesterday, and we were able to do a moment of silence from her. And there are so many people in our community that feel deeply pained by this sudden and tragic loss. And so I just wanted to highlight that again. And then in regards to the resolutions, I also just want to say, as somebody that's going to be starting as sheriff in January, I grew up at the sheriff's office under Jerry Clayton's administration. And my ability to dream bigger, to question law enforcement, all of these things, starting from my career, I started as a Marine service officer, a parks officer, then became a road patrol deputy. This wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for Sheriff Clayton. Before I worked at the sheriff's office, there was a stint I was at Taylor Police Department, and let me tell you, it was no comparison. And so if it wasn't for the forward-thinking work that has happened over the decades under his leadership, I might have left law enforcement, might have never ran for sheriff, might be a totally different person. And while it's been no secret that there's been disagreements on the campaign trail while I was running around gaps and things that I saw differently from my vantage point at the sheriff's office, it does not take away from how high he raised the bar among sheriffs across the country. There are a few people, as I step into this role, that I can talk to about this job. There are a few people that I can go to discuss more innovative solutions. And not all sheriffs are the same. There's a lot of sheriffs, some that we've seen making news that have been on the wrong side of many issues. And so I just want to say that. I want to highlight that. I also spoke last night at the ceremony about, while I plan to continue raising the bar as I step into this role in January, it is not lost on me over the past 16 years how much Sheriff Clayton has done for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room like to give public comment? No. Ashley, who do we have online?
We do not have anyone online here.
No one online. All right. We will move then to commissioner response to public comment. I got you already ready, Commissioner Robbie. And I will, I'm gonna write it down, Commissioner Scott, and put you over here, number 2. Okay. We're gonna just take it real slow, make sure I get everybody in there. Anybody else want to get in Sanders? Okay. LeBar. Machieski. Anybody else? Light. Okay. Beeman, you want to get in there? No. Okay. All right. You always have an opportunity to get back in there before we start round 1 or finish round 1. To Jeremy, I will talk more about this with you later. I want to have Brady get your contact information. You live around the corner from me based on where you describe the streets that you live. So yeah, I share your concern around that, and Commissioner Robbie has very strong feelings about anything within the realm of what you talked about. So I'm going to let him really take that one. But I do want us to talk more about it. But go ahead, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. And your name was Jeremy, is that his name?
Yeah. Well, don't leave. We're responding to you.
He's responding to him right now.
I'll wait till they're done.
Or maybe say something else. Are you going to respond to anything else related to public comment?
Nope, that was it.
That was the only thing. Okay.
I'm happy to go.
All right. Well, we'll circle back to you then, please. Is that all right with you?
Fine with me.
Okay. Commissioner Scott, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank Marty, I can't remember, Colburn. Thanks, is he here? Where'd he go? Oh, he left. No, Marty, not Jeremy, Marty. Well, if somebody is watching that knows Marty or talks to him, I wanted to tell him thanks for coming. It was a really nice thing to hear. Like, thank you for the work you were doing. We don't often hear that. And so it's really nice to hear it. And then I was going to send a compliment back. My primary care physician
has moved to the Chelsea practice, and I went out there this week and was utterly charmed. And drove the long way home and not on the expressway, not on 94. I avoided it, Jeremy, even though that's not the part of it you're talking about, but drove the long way home to check out our beautiful county. But Chelsea was just absolutely picturesque and beautiful, and we're lucky to have a city like Chelsea in this county. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbie, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Jeremy, thank you for being here today and for your words. I perked up when you spoke because I'm very happy that you have taken note on this project. This is something that I have literally been screaming at the void on since this issue came up when I was in the legislature. This bill, there was a bill that was voted on, I believe it was 2021, it might have been 2022, it might have even been 2020. It was somewhere in that range when I was in the legislature, and I was one of the only legislators that voted against that bill because the concern that I had was that the legislation enabled the Michigan Department of Transportation to enter into a contract with a private corporation to take over part of our public roadway, as you were saying, and use our public asset to make money. It is absolutely atrocious and unacceptable that the state of Michigan has allowed this to happen. It is wrong, and it is something that I opposed at the time. I continue to oppose, and I'm so glad that you're out there advocating against it. It is effed up, and I want to swear more. Do we have like a way to bleep my words at all? Probably not, but so basically, here's the deal. My concern at the time and what's continuing to happen is I am opposed to toll roads, period. I think toll roads are a bad thing. But what's even more screwed up about this is that this is a toll road for a private company to come in. And by the way, one of the things I brought up when I voted no on it is what is the control to make sure that somebody who drives into that lane doesn't get tolled, even if they're driving a non-automated vehicle. And as of now, as of my understanding, there is not that control in place. So if somebody veers into that third lane, they will get tolled regardless of whether they have an automated vehicle or not. The law, incidentally, also opened this up not just for I-94, but for all MDOT controlled roads in the state. That is absolutely atrocious and something that should never been allowed to pass to begin with. This is wrong for our state. It's wrong for our community. And I hope that there are more people than you out there that are willing to advocate on this. I know I certainly am. And I'll be honest with you, after it passed and after I screamed into the void for a while, I sort of lost track of it. I saw there was a post on Facebook about this exciting new lane that was coming, and I posted some really long diatribe about how terrible it was, even as everybody was posting about how cool it would be. And other than that, I kind of lost track of all the different MDOT meetings that are happening and stuff like that. So I would like to come with you to any other future meetings that exist that are coming up. I will write a letter. I hope that we can do a resolution as a board. This is bad. It's wrong. And as you said, there is a clear delineation between the people that can afford to drive these kinds of cars and the rest of us. But beyond that sort of social inequity that exists, this is just wrong. It doesn't matter if you take it from that perspective. Turning over a public asset to a private corporation to literally make money off of the public is beyond effed up. And we cannot let this happen in our community. But unfortunately, MDOT is rolling ahead. I serve on SEMCOG and Watts. And as I have tried on every agenda where we approve the long-range plan and the transportation improvement plan, I always ask the staff, is that project on there? Because if it's on there, I want to vote no. And so far it hasn't come up yet because I think that they're still doing all of their environmental assessments and stuff. But it is bad and we need to oppose it. And I hope that this board can stand up and pass a resolution of opposition to make sure that this doesn't happen in our community. And frankly, I hope that we should pass a resolution demanding that the state legislature repeal that bill and not allow this to happen anywhere in our state, whether it's in our community or not.
That's why I wanted him he has this perspective from serving in the legislature that he can really get at it. But the two things that he outlined there are certainly things that I would like for us to be able to do here. We can't prevent it from happening, but we can certainly pass resolutions to that effect. But clearly we're very passionate about this issue. And, you know, I take the same highway you're talking about for me to get to work too. And that would be quite the challenge. So very glad that you came to speak about this. And you gave the information to Brady. I'll follow up with you directly.
I want to come with you to those meetings.
I want him to come with me to those meetings. Yes, dynamic duo there. Commissioner Sanders, go ahead.
I don't know enough about what, Mr. Haley was sharing. I guess I wanted to know if that is an expansion of the, lane that's already there between Rawsonville and Belleville Roads. Okay. And then, on the face, without having more information, I would be opposed to it. But also, if I felt like we didn't have any other choice, then my next question would be, what happens to the revenue that that private company receives? Is there any sort of, return to the communities that those lanes would be running through? And is that something that we as county commissioners could say, okay, so for that area of the road that's running through our county, there's gonna have to be some sort of levied fee that then brings money back into the county and could cover things like if somebody's car is towed, or if there is some sort of penalty that is being assessed because the lanes were used incorrectly or weren't supposed to be used, then it wouldn't be a burden on the residents. But off the face, I would say I'm not supportive, but I need to have some more information. And then if I felt like we were, this is just gonna be shoved down our throat regardless, how could we mitigate that for the road that runs through our county? I don't know if that was even a comment or a question, but okay.
Thank you. I gotta give you the machine the cue.
I didn't want to get him going because he's on a roll right now.
Yeah, okay, Commissioner LeBlanc, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to thank Councilmember Harrison for being here. She did not indicate she's in fact from the greatest of the 5 wards in Ann Arbor, Ward 1, which she and I are fortunate to share. And thank you for those kind remarks and for the fact that Ann Arbor City Council also has meetings and occasionally they go into the night. So appreciate your presence here. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Machieski.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank Marty Colburn for coming to the meeting tonight, even though he has left, and highlighting the work that they are using with their public safety mental health millage dollars in Chelsea. And to highlight again, Sheriff Clayton, Trish and the team at CMH, and leaders from the Chelsea School District, the City of Chelsea, the Chelsea community in general, and really coming up with a really innovative plan to use those funds to personally pay for a social worker to work very closely with the school district and a lot of the kids in the Chelsea community beyond the borders of the city itself, into the townships as well, to provide behavioral health counseling and assistance to the community. I think really innovative idea, and applaud all those involved, including Mayor Pacheco as well. So wanted to thank Marty and for coming out in support of the community's support for the Western Service Center as well. So wanted to thank him for taking the time to come out. I also want to recognize Amy Reiser, who's out in the audience, a new Dexter School Board member. Wanted to say shout out to Amy and congratulations on her election as well.
Congratulations. Thanks for being here. All right. Commissioner Light.
Well, I want to thank everyone who had made a public comment, and I want to thank Jeremy for coming in to enlighten us. I was this morning watching the news, and there were some individuals in Detroit who were having a similar issue, and so I knew that we had this going on here, and so Yusuf is going to wrap that all up for us with the next comments. But it is, as he said, it's effed up, but it's super effed up. And we are going to be on our best behavior and not actually say how fucked up it is, but it is. So we're here and we would love to converse with you more and so that we can get more individuals, and more of our residents on board so that we can make sure that we keep our county, the way we need to. Thank you for coming.
Commissioner Beaman, do you want to go before I give Commissioner Robbie a round two? Nope. Commissioner Robbie.
I mean, were we taken off the air? I don't know.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I don't think they can take us off YouTube and Facebook Live.
We're not on CTN anymore?
Not, no.
All right, that's okay. We swore too much, I guess. Well, I appreciate Commissioner Light's forceful language. I think that's appropriate and appreciated right now. One thing I just did want to say is that building off of some of the comments that Commissioner Sanders made earlier, as far as I remember it, this bill, the way it was crafted is the way it would work is that the company would make an advanced investment in building the road and because they have to like weave in all this infrastructure for the automated vehicles, and that all the revenue would be captured by the company moving forward to pay them back for the investment that they made, and that there was no accounting for the public actually making any of the toll revenue, whether locally or for the state level. I'm trying to pull the bill up here, and actually in the process of doing that, I was able to correct one of the other comments that I made, which was, I think I said I was one of the only lawmakers to vote against it. And actually I need to correct that because there were a lot of votes where I was one of the only lawmakers to vote against, but I remember actively working on this on the floor with my colleagues. And there was actually in the end 46 no votes out of 110 legislators. So a lot, and it was bipartisan. Republicans and Democrats voted against this. Ultimately it passed 59-46. But there was more opposition than I remembered. But as far as I can remember it, the bill is crafted in such a way that the revenue is retained by this company. So it's not even just normal tolling, it is tolling for a private company using a public asset.
Terrible, absolutely terrible. We stand against that. All right, so expect resolutions on that. All right, anybody else have comments or response? Nope, all right, we are closing response to public participation. We will then move on to Administrator Dill wants to give his report now.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. Just wanted to make you aware that we've concluded our process for the selection of the next racial equity officer. I want to take this moment to thank the commissioners that participated, as well as the team in HR and the representatives from around the organization. The process produced 40 applicants, and there was one applicant that was clearly head and shoulders above the rest. And I'm pleased to announce our new racial equity officer, Mr. Derek Jackson. He is here this evening, and I'd ask him to come to the podium to say a few words if he'd like.
Thank you. I will just say that this was the saddest and most inspiring hour and a half of listening to those who have retired and left us, like Ms. McCleary. And I say that in the context of this position because with the things I've gone through over the last several years, I just wanted to be very intentional about where I spent the next years of my life. And there was only one question I asked when they get to the end of the interview. They say, hey, you as the person who's been interviewed, any questions you have. And the only question I asked was, is the board, is administration, are the staff of the county really committed to this work? And when they say yes, I said, then I'm in for it. And so I just thank you for the opportunity. I'm super excited about it and can't wait to get started. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then lastly, in closing, I just wanted to acknowledge our Chief Judge of the District Court, fresh hour in the back of the room. Thank you so much. We've had a lot of dialogue recently, and I just appreciate the partnership. So just wanted to acknowledge you in the space. That will conclude my report.
Short one today. Thank you. All right. We will move on to liaison reports. Who's got a liaison report for me? Commissioner Light.
I just, let's see, Road Commission today, they completed their budget, and it was a lot. So a lot like ours on how we go through, you know, Tina gets up here and wheels it in. So that was done with the road commission. And then over Thanksgiving, the Board of Commission agreed that we would be able to feed some of our, some individuals, some residents that are homeless and or may not have family or friends or anyone that they could spend their holiday with. So my brothers and sisters agreed that we should be able to provide a meal. And we did that. And I was privileged to be able to prepare that meal. And Commissioner Sanders and I and my family, we went to the Freight House to deliver food, and we went to the Northfield Senior Center, and we were able to bring smiles on faces and fill up some bellies. And so I want to say thank you to my brothers and sisters for always jumping on the bandwagon with me to do some stuff that really helps our residents. And so that is the end of my liaison report.
Thank you. Anybody else have a liaison report? Seeing no other liaison reports? No? Okay. Just want to make sure. I don't want to miss you. You're welcome. All right, we move on to special orders of business. There are none. We move on to appointments. I'd look to somebody to move the appointments. There are many of them. Commissioner Labar moves. Is there a second? Thank you. Any discussion on the appointments? Commissioner Light?
So I do have a question with appointments. Is it usual for our sitting board and chair to select the appointments for the future year? Or is it typically done as to where the incoming, in the new year, then the appointments are set? And I don't have a problem with majority. I'm good with majority of the appointments, but I was just wondering, is this typically how we always do it? Or do we wait until we get into the new year and then, or is this how it's always been?
That's typically how it's been done because all of those appointments that are in the packet expire at the end of the calendar year. So we've done it this way for years. But Michelle, I don't know if you want to say anything. Is what I'm saying accurate?
It is accurate, yes.
Thank you.
That's it.
Commissioner, is that it? Thank you. Commissioner Scott?
Thanks, Chair. I had just a question. There was one particular person when I was looking through the appointments who had an enormous number of letters of recommendation, more than anybody else. Is there, I don't know why the selections were made. So, and I don't want to be awkward and call anybody out from the table or have anybody say something, but that person was not selected for that council. There were 13 letters of recommendation for that person.
You want to tell me what council it is?
Food Policy Council?
That may be helpful.
Okay.
Okay. If nobody objects, then, we're gonna do a little recess here. We're gonna do a little recess. We'll recess.
Baby, come back.
Back in action. Any other questions about the appointments? Comments? If there are none, then Ashlyn, I'll have you do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner LeBar, Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Somerville.
All right, appointments passed. Thank you. We are moving on now into our consent agenda. Somebody like to move the consent agenda? Is there a second? All right, we have a couple of communications, none of them that are, no spicy ones this time, but take a look at them. They're still good ones. Any discussion on the consent agenda? No, all in favor of approval of the consent agenda? Aye. Any opposed? None. Consent agenda passed. All right, look for somebody to move the final reading, single reading, and approval of claims. Commissioner LeBar.
Sure. Resolutions, one for final reading. Resolution approving the 2024 third quarter general fund, non-general fund, non-structural budget adjustments. B, a resolution accepting the space plan from facilities. C, a resolution requesting the approval of State of Michigan appropriation creation for additional 5.0 FTEs. Prosecutor's Office. D, a resolution approving and adopting the 2025 through 2028 quadrennial county budget cycle. If I may then go on to single reading. A resolution approving the 25 through 29 Parks and Rec Master Plan. B, a resolution appointing Odatala as magistrate of the 14A District Court. C, a resolution of appreciation for Terry Ballantyne. D, a resolution honoring Washtenaw County Jared Clayton. E, a resolution honoring County Treasurer Catherine McClary. F, resolution honoring Kathy Wyatt. G, a resolution in opposition to gravel mining bills HB 6108 through 611 in the Michigan Legislature. H, a supplemental resolution to reclassify $153,549 of American Rescue Plan Act funding. I, supplemental resolution identifying the appointed positions in each countywide elected of office county. J, a supplemental resolution in support of one-time funding for Michigan's runaway and homeless youth in the state of Michigan fall supplemental budget, and then claims.
Is there a second? Thank you. Anybody like to pull any of these for separate consideration? Commissioner Sanders.
I'd like to pull B, which is the space plan. I think that's right.
Final reading B, space plan. Anybody else? No other ones. Okay. Commissioner LeBar.
Thanks, Chair. I just had you know what? I will ask the question when we get to discussion. I won't pull it out. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Let's go ahead and just take B. That's the only one people pulled. Okay. Comments about B? Questions or comments about B? Commissioner Sanders.
So I've got concerns about the space plan and what I think is less than a thorough opportunity for public comment from the community, but also I had the opportunity to visit a courtroom last week and saw some very glaring safety concerns. And upon my inquiry, learned that there were individuals who had not even been included, had not been asked for their insight or their thoughts about the space plan. And I personally would like to pull it. I've expressed this concern in the past with what we would call sort of community input. And I think that we have in the past done a very, quite frankly, piss poor job of reaching out to the community to see what their thoughts are, to actually talk to the users and not sort of like the, you know, the supervisors or the directors, the actual users of the space, to find out what they need before we, you know, kind of move forward. If I thought that this were a life or death sort of situation, I wouldn't be asking for consideration to pull it, but I don't think it's a life or death situation. And I do think that, we need to better engage the users before we make any decisions on what we should be doing. That's it.
Administrator Dill wants to respond to that.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Commissioner Sanders about this very topic earlier today. And what I will say in this moment is that it is likely better for us to pull this item. There is no sense of urgency around it. I want to make sure that it is thoroughly flushed out and that all of our stakeholders have had an opportunity to weigh in on it before it moves forward. So if it pleases the board, let's pull the item. We will do what is necessary to make sure that the concerns that I've heard tonight are addressed.
All right, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I want to fully agree with my colleague, Commissioner Sanders' comments, and I will make a motion to table item B.
Is there a second to table item B?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? No? All right, Ashley, you want to roll call us?
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar,
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Lachesky,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, thank you. We have tabled that one. Okay, well, discussion on all the other items that weren't pulled. Commissioner LeBar.
Thanks, Chair. We got an email today, and I just wanted to verify, in the email, it highlights two proposed amendments which have been prepared on previously discussed matters. The one I'm most interested in is the amendment by substitution for the 2024-23 technical budget adjustment for Washtenaw Health Project. I just want to verify, one, that is in the document, and then two, just make sure that I'm aware it is for 1 year, not the entirety of the 4-year budget cycle.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate the quick turnaround on that. I think that's going to be something we need to figure out in the coming year for the next 3 years, but I appreciate quick turnaround.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Commissioner LeBar, when we talked about this, we wanted to fill that void in this fiscal year, knowing that we needed to come back to you all for the subsequent year. So it is our expectation that we'll bring you guys something back for the balance of the 4-year budget.
If I may, Chair, thank you. And Administrator Dill, I understand. I think that's a wise course of action. 150,000 is not an insignificant amount of money, but I think certainly, as Commissioners Scott and Hodge have attested, that's going to enable a lot of really important public health work. So thanks for turning around so quickly.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott, go ahead.
Thanks. I just want to speak to this item too, because I think it's going to be even more important that we're making sure we're funding the Washtenaw Health Project. Washtenaw Health Project. They do a lot of work in helping people get connected with health insurance, a minimal amount of health insurance that they can offer themselves. But the reason why we already knew it was going to be important in 2025 with threats to the ACA, and additionally, the University of Michigan Health Plan, formerly known as the Physicians Health Plan, has been discontinued at the end of 2025, and that's going to leave a lot of people in trouble. And I would, if they call me, I'm going to say, go to the Washtenaw Health Plan. They're going to figure out what help to get you What's an appropriate plan? And so that will be coming at the end of 2025. So although we are giving this funding now for 2024, we better be thinking what we're doing at the end of 2025, because I think that I had read there were something like 64,000 people insured by that health plan. So something to think about. Not to make you want to stay up late and feel like you can't breathe like I do already, but it's shared love. Thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Sanders?
I guess I can wait until
Until what?
it's related to the budget. Yeah, I can wait. I can wait.
This is the time to talk about all the resolutions.
I guess well, maybe I need to ask. So we set aside we had the $1.3 million in there, which was the excess for the district court. And what I'd like to know is, so I understand that that comes out of reserves. And I guess I would need some guidance maybe from Michelle about how do I make a friendly amendment to set that money aside for some of the other more urgent needs that we see immediately in the county, specifically housing and you know, we had a presentation from folks that are working with immigration issues, coupled with, you know, some of the things that I saw when I visited the court. And I think that $1.3 million can be used effectively to cover some other needs that would not require us to then go back in and play around with the other pieces of the budget. Yep, I ramble and I don't, yep, I'm just expecting you to piece it together.
Are you trying to respond to that?
Yeah, I don't know that that would be a friendly amendment. I think you would just have to make the amendment,
Okay.
a motion for the amendment and have it voted on.
Okay.
It's pretty substantive.
Okay, so I guess I would like to make a motion to set that $1.3 million excess aside to be utilized for sort of these emerging needs that are gonna be coming to us and have already started to come to us, that are related to housing, immigration, all of those things that, you know, we have said were going to start to occur once we reach this ARPA cliff.
Support.
So there's a discussion of this amendment. Commissioner Robbie.
I guess first a clarity on the amendment. So this is Commissioner Sanders talking about the district court expansion that's occurring in Saline for Saline District Court. And this was the $1.3 million above the budgeted amount
Correct.
that is in addition. So then my next question is probably for somebody from facilities that knows more about the project ins and outs. From what I remember, a significant part of the 1.3 million was for energy improvements to the project. And another part of it maybe was parking lot related and some other things. So what I'm most, I guess, passionate about with that 1.3 million, I'm conflicted because in some ways I agree with Commissioner Sanders. And in some ways I see the case that we talked about last time for the improvements, energy improvements that are being made and the savings that the county will realize as a result of that. So I'm okay making that investment if we're going to realize savings. I'm a little more hesitant if it's like investing in a nicer parking lot or, you know, like things like that doesn't seem as important to Commissioner Sanders' point. But what's sort of the breakdown in terms of that $1.3 million and what is that getting us?
Sure, I can take it, and Saray, please jump in. So the makeup of that $1.3 million, a large portion of it is solar panels. There's the original plan called for 2 different sets, solar panels on the roof, if you will, and then a solar carport. That's
400,000, 450,000, I would say, combining those solar related items. There's the next largest up item would be electrification of the existing HVAC units at about $220,000. Next item up would be the existing building, replacing that roof along with the new sections of the building at $165,000. And next, existing parking lot restoration, $65,000. And what am I missing? Oh, and yes, courtroom benches just under $70,000.
As you may recall, there are other options where we can add back on the sustainability piece without needing the full 1.3 million.
Say it again. Oh, like you can do the sustainability part without the whole amount because
That's
you're
right.
saying you can, okay. So, I mean, I guess my gut on this is I don't know if I can support the amendment as it stands because it includes everything. If the amendment were to not include the electrification and the solar piece, I think I would be more supportive of it. So I won't make any other motions or anything like that right now, but I'm still considering this. So, but that's kind of where my head's at.
Thank you. Commissioner Light, and then Sanders, you want to be in the queue? All right. And then Beeman.
So I just need clarity again, and you've probably said this, if the 1.3, if you don't have the 1.3, does that exclude the solar paneling and it takes it totally off the table if the 1.3 is not there? So
Correct. One of the lesser options, there's a couple lesser options for $700,000. We can still do the solar, but leave the parking lot, remove the parking lot, the roof and the benches. So there's an option for just under $700,000 to still do solar and electrification. And then there's another option where we can start adding those roof and parking lot items back in for just under $1 million, and then a full option at 1.3.
So with the parking lot, what all, I just, when I think of parking lot, I just think of what we have at the back. Like, what is this parking lot going to be? Is it going to have awnings and like what's going on in the parking lot?
As part of the new, part of the existing project that we're moving forward with today, the part of the parking lot will be brand new just due to the construction and moving things around, but what I would say is the main front parking lot will remain as is. And if we choose not to do it with the project, we'll pick it up in a future FM replacement project.
So that's just the cost of
repaving it, yep.
Okay.
And my apologies, I missed Commissioner LeBar, even though I wrote his name down. So, not a foolproof system. I was the fool here.
You're not a fool. Thank you, Chair. Let me just ask, and Tina, maybe you or Catherine would also know this. I thought, based on the email I sent early this week in response to the document that staff had provided, I thought essentially we were pulling the money to cover this expanded expansion, if you will, or more substantive expansion from capital reserves. Am I wrong in that? Is it coming from somewhere else? Can you help explain just a little bit of that?
Yeah, I think the email response did say reserves, but by that we meant general fund balance. So our general fund reserves, not capital reserves.
Okay.
For us to use capital reserves, there's a whole other action process that has to come to you all. For that. So we wouldn't bring it as a budget amendment because that's not technically how we would allocate capital.
And Catherine, my wording was insufficient here. Forgive me. What I meant is, I think we're taking this from the reserves that we have a policy that keeps us at a certain percentage of our general fund. I think you mentioned at the last meeting. I want to say that number is 20-some percent or something like that. Is that where this money is being taken from?
Yes, so our policy is the general fund balance has to be above 29%. Based on the Q3 update, we were projected to have a fund balance at 39% of the budget.
Okay.
So even with this allocation of 4.5 million, if we spent it all, it, total budget 1.3 million, but all the other stuff that are in there, we'd be at about 36%. So we still are significantly above that 29% benchmark. Rough calculations, probably 10-ish million, depending on how, again, 2025 plays out, because we don't know, we haven't finished that fiscal year.
Sure, sure. And then, so if we did this amendment, we wouldn't be taking from the structural funds we're drawing from for the 4-year budget, but rather from the reserves, which are also impacted by that, but are segregated right now currently as a fund separate from the proposed general fund budget?
Yes, I think essentially we'd be basically creating a placeholder bucket. And so how we would allocate and use that, I think would depend on how. Right?
Let me ask a different way.
Okay, I was like,
Yeah.
people are nodding. I think I'm close.
Yeah.
Administrator Dill might have the answer.
Well, first of all, I apologize, Commissioner Labar. My response was based on the simple term reserves, and general fund reserves is what I understood the resources to be coming from, which is consistent with what you just heard from Catherine. At the end of the day, the board will determine if you want to use another funding source. The capital reserves, there's policy around how we spend the capital reserve.
And forgive me, I misspoke on capital reserves. I guess what I'm really trying to say is, are we taking this essentially from what is actionable as a structural item over the 4-year budget, or are we taking it essentially from savings or reserves or whatever we want to call it? Because to me, that's a fundamental question of, yes, should we reprioritize it, or should we treat it as a one-time cost?
Yeah. So it's not from structural, it's from previous year's surplus funds.
Okay.
So
So
it's also not like intentional structural reserves. It's in that wiggle room of, it's above our policy target. And traditionally we have used that for one-time needs.
okay,
We wanna
because
keep it to one time because structural needs structural funding source, non-structural one-time can.
yes, and so that I just want to be triple clear that it's a one-time cost
Mhm.
that will have structural impact, do it or not, either way, but the cost is one time. Okay.
The potential structural impact of the energy improvements is the piece where we start talking structural dollars, because if we can control energy costs, then that would free up, or maybe not free up, mitigate some of the energy cost price increases that are about to happen. So the Saline Court piece of the energy piece has a structural impact, but as one-time expense with one-time funding.
Okay. Okay. With that stated, I guess I'd say I think it's worth it given the one-time costs and the savings we'd accrue over time. But I certainly agree with Commissioner Sanders that, 1 million at this point would be a wise human services investment. But because of where I think I'm hearing this is coming from, I think I'd go as planned rather than trying to amend it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanders.
I think one of the questions that I posed at our last meeting was, we have a resiliency office. And I guess I'm wondering if you're talking about savings for utilities, I'm gonna just put it in terms that the average person can understand. I guess I'm not sure why we would not be seeking grants to cover that. And more plainly, when I just look at the categories that we're given, solar, electrification, parking lot, courtroom benches, none of that houses people, none of that feeds people. I have been to that court. I've been in that parking lot. It's not Craterville. I guess I'm just gonna put it off on the record. The board kept its promise to provide the $4 million for the expansion that is now $4.7 million. And now we're being asked to give an additional $1.3 million when we are facing some serious issues in our county with people that don't have a place to stay. It's just not, I don't know how I explain that. I don't know how I explain that to a resident. $1.3 million is a lot of money. I look at courtroom benches and I'm thinking, you know, I was just in a courtroom last week where they don't even have consistent security. There is like, it's a powder keg sitting in that particular courtroom. If we had someone, you know, that decided that they wanted to do harm to an attorney or to the judge, I'm just confused how we cannot be looking at areas that we know are safety counter pegs and not doing anything about it. But yet, the newest court in our entire system is now asking for basically $6 million. We kept our promise. And this is extra. And we need all of the extra that we can get for these soon to be. I mean, we just had a conversation about immigration. I don't even know if I want to talk about the fact that we're being asked to quadruple the money that we've provided to one agency. That's just one agency. So I don't know. To me, it sounds like a want, not a need. And I don't see any effort towards trying to find alternative ways to fund it. That frustrates me to no end. There are alternative ways, and we're not talking about that, and I don't know why. It seems like, you know, a kid saying that they're gonna hold their breath and fall down on the floor if they don't get what they want. They're not starving, they're not homeless, they've got clothes on their back, but they still want, I want this. Well, what about all of the other things that we're gonna have to be faced with? And where do we pull that money from? So I just want to put it out there, because I'll be the first to remind you when people start saying, oh, well, I don't know, where are we going to get this money from? We've satisfied our promise.
Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. I also agree with Commissioner Robbie in terms of looking at the energy and the sustainability, but I'm also going to say that I come from a background of construction. So that's my husband's trade. My husband's trade is construction. And so there are some items that I have concern with if we don't do it now. And I don't know if you can speak to it a little bit. But I think one of my greatest fears is the roof. I know what it looks like when you join roofs. It's not good. One deteriorates faster than the other. It can cause building issues, all sorts of things. So I'm nervous about that. And then when we're looking at the parking lot, my other fear, because it's a personal passion of mine, is accessibility. And so how are we going to ensure the joining of those lots works for those who have disabilities, whether it be a visual impairment, so they're not going to see the change in the grade, whether it be they're in, you know, some type of mobility device to get them in? Is it going to make it over that grade? I've seen a lot of patchwork projects. My husband has seen a lot of patchwork projects. And it doesn't bode well in the end, and it doesn't bode well in the end for the budget because the repairs later cost so much more. So I don't know, I don't want to speak over you, so.
Sure.
Turn it over.
No, thank you. The roof, the existing roof is about 15 years old. You know, we'll safely get another 10 years out of it. So yeah, I mean, yes, we will have a combination of an old roof and a brand new roof up there. So potential weak points are there, but you know, it's not the first time we've done that. So we'll you know, I have confidence we can do it and keep an eye on it, and we'll replace it, the older section of the roof when needed. Really, same thing with the parking lot. Not too concerned about it. I'd love to do it and have it all kind of fresh and brand new, but those were some of the options we wanted to bring and present that and allow the feedback if that's something we want to proceed or not proceed. So.
Yeah, and if I could, would there be a way to show that document that you'd shared? Like, could we just pull it on the screen? Because I feel like, especially those at home, don't really know what we're speaking to right now.
Administrator Dill has something to say while we wait.
No, really quickly, listen, at the end of the day, I believe, and certainly my memory isn't the best these days, but I thought this body asked us for options and along with the funding for those options. We provided that. At the end of the day, how we allocate resources, scarce resources in this organization comes back to this board. So we will seek your guidance on what we do next.
Okay, well, we're still waiting for whatever this response is here, and then it's still Commissioner Beeman's turn. And then Commissioner Light has a follow-up following Commissioner Robbie's follow-up. I don't know. Brady's attempting to put something on the screen, I believe. That's okay. I think just please be patient, because any further questions at this point would be confusing. More confusing. Okay, we now have something on the screen.
Are they just?
All right, so I guess my question here is, one of the pieces that Commissioner Robbie and I were both interested in was keeping the solar. And is that available in any of these options?
Yeah, just keeping the solar is, the column on the right.
Ah,
So-
gotcha.
Yeah, so
Sorry,
reno-
I was losing the,
Yeah.
I was losing the headers. Thank you.
I put the grid in and it's still too small for me to read. So it will renovate the courtroom and it'll add back the solar panels.
Okay. So that's,
And that
so
would be
that's the,
additional.
so that additional is the 700,000-ish. Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Yeah, and I think Commissioner Robbie had asked earlier, like, Celine Court, before the renovation, as is, solar panels are expected to have a life cycle of about 35 years. So even if, 35 years. So even if we did not renovate Celine Court, over 35 years, that Celine Court's utility cost would be over $1.1 million. So if we electrify the building, there should be minimal utility costs over 35 years.
All right. So are you done, Commissioner Beeman? Okay, so now I've got it. We're in the round two here. I see it, Commissioner Sanders. It's Robbie, Light, and then you.
So just a few questions drilling in on that. Just to be clear, the right column that Commissioner Beeman was just talking about, that is with solar and the electrification both, right?
Yeah, we don't want to put solar if we're not gonna
If
electrify,
we're not gonna electrify, yeah, makes
and
sense.
vice versa.
Have you, so in terms of trying to pick up on some of the themes that Commissioner Sanders is laying down, but as you're talking about the cost issue and how much savings we would have in terms of not paying DTE or consumers or whoever's down there,
SDT.
DTE, thank you. Thank you. What, so obviously there's the cap costs that the court pays us cap costs, right? Through, we give them their lump sum budget and then there's cap costs that come back, or we don't call it cap anymore.
Oh, no, we do.
We do, okay.
Yes, but the district court is in the general fund, so there's not real savings that come, like, it's not outside revenue paying the cap costs, general fund dollars.
Right, well, yeah,
But-
totally, yeah, I see what you're saying, but I guess what I'm thinking is like, if we're, because we have a lump sum budget agreement with the courts though, right, the district court, or no?
Yeah.
In theory, yeah, so I'm not attacking the lump sum budget agreement in this moment, I promise. But what I'm saying is, if we're giving, so we're giving the money, we have a budget for the district court, and how do we budget for the utility? Because what I'm trying to think is like, the savings that are realized by the general fund's investment in this project, will the general fund realize those savings in the long run, or will those fund savings be realized by the courts?
No, so the district court is always budgeted for whatever the cap is. That's not, I mean, they
Okay,
have a
so we
lump sum
charge
budget,
them
but
for
they
what
don't
the
get to
cost is.
surplus.
Yeah.
Like, we just budget what it will cost. So if it costs less, we will have to budget less for it, which would
Okay.
then, in theory, free up structural dollars by having those utility costs not realized.
And because we're making this investment up front and paying it all down, that means that theoretically the savings would be immediate.
Yes.
Like immediate in terms of like once you're,
2-year lag, but yes.
yeah, okay.
But yes.
So like we'll start
savings
seeing,
is-
yeah. But we'll start seeing like, because I think last time you had said it was several $1,000, $10,000. It was in the thousands.
That was I think that was annual. So
Okay.
the 1.1 is over the.
Is over the,
course of
right, I know, I'm
lifetime.
just saying like, but on an annual basis.
Yeah, on an
seeing-
annual basis, utility costs run about 13,000 at Celine without the renovation.
Yeah,
And the renovation would double those costs.
Renovation will double the
right, because there's gonna be. more
electric
space, yeah.
costs.
Yes.
Right, if we did not also provide the solar.
So the question is, do we want to save $700,000 now, or do we want to save basically $25,000, $30,000 a year for 35 years? And that's kind of the calculus that we have to make here, in my opinion, on this. So,
I think also to add to that, though, if we, by adding the courtroom and not doing the solar and the electrical, we will have increased utility costs. So we're
yeah, so
going
then
to
the
have
cap, right.
an expansion. And so by doing the solar and electrical, we are mitigating the expansion of costs. Otherwise, we will have to fund those costs through general fund.
Well, it
dollars
sounds
in
like
the
we're
future.
mitigating the expansion of costs and reducing by a small amount the cost that we would have on an
Yes.
annual basis. Okay. That sounds good. Thank you.
Commissioner Light.
So there's no way possible that we are able to do all of the things with the 4.7 million.
We can renovate the courthouse for.
It's not possible because that's what we had initially, so it's no way to go back. Maybe we need to, and not, try to not take away anything, but seek additional funding outside of the county and try to make it work with the 4.7. And I say this to say that we all know that 2025 is approaching very fast. And we are facing some financial difficulties that are going to arise throughout our county, and not because we miss budget and we spend too much or we don't, but we have to be very careful and frugal on how we pay and what we send out and what we fund. And I don't care how you look at it. We have so many different things in this county that have already been said that we need to focus on as well. And we need to figure out how to do all of these things with 4.7 million, which was asked for in the beginning, and we need to make it work. So I don't care how the picture is painted. Well, we say, oh, well, we're gonna save this and we're gonna save that. This is the newest courthouse. Make it work. Figure it out. 4.7 is what you asked for. You got it. Figure it out. Do it. Make it happen. I don't know how, but just like it's a want to have an additional 1.3, it's a request for me, for you to figure out how to utilize the 4.7, because you can put these charts and say, well, if we don't do that, figure it out. It's just, we're to that point. And so are people being homeless, not eating, services being provided, is that more important than benches? Because I have pictures of the courthouse over there where some of the seats are ripped, some of the ADA compliance is made up, a wheelchair can't fit. So we can talk about furniture and all of these, figure it out. 4.7, figure it out.
All right, I've got Sanders, Labar, and then Beeman. And then Scott. Sometimes I can't see you because of where you're positioned at relative to where he's positioned at. When you are leaning back, not up against the dais, and he is, I can look, oh, I have to move around also to be able to see you. Who do you think you should have been before? Okay, well, I'll add you to the list now. Sanders.
What I have said has not been, no, you can't have it at all. It's not yet, not now. Commissioner Somerville and I have been looking at opportunities for land purchase, for building purchase that can assist us with this ongoing annual warming center so that every year we're not scrambling. Every year we're scrambling, trying to find partners that either we've used last year and they don't want to re-up with us this year. And that money could be greatly utilized to help in that effort. I also question when we made the commitment to do the funding, where were the projections that went along with that commitment that said, if we don't do this now, then the cost is going to increase. It seems like there's some pieces that are missing, but I guess I just need to say that I just think that I don't think that the world is going to come to an end. And I hear what people are saying about the savings, but I'm also talking about people who are living, breathing human beings. When you're homeless, you really don't care whether or not the county is going to save $72,000 in a year or more. And because I believe that this is a not yet, not a never, and that we do have opportunities to be able to find some funding, some grant funding. I'm going to bring up again that we still don't have the grant manager that was approved. Still don't have it. I just don't know how long we have to be patient about that. That's another opportunity for us to take advantage of money that is out there that we're just leaving on the table because we don't have someone dedicated to filling out those grants and being able to bring in additional funding for the county that is not necessarily on the immediate backs of our residents. But again, when I'm witnessing a court where you have to turn away jurors because we're not ADA compliant, I don't understand that. And I wouldn't want to be in a courtroom or in a courthouse. I'm going to pick on Chelsea, no disrespect, Commissioner Maciejewski, where I would perpetually have a grievance in if I had to work at that location. And so I'm trying to have it make sense. I understand what you're saying about the savings, but it gets lost on me when we're talking about brand new and we're talking about grandfather courtrooms that are not compliant and are serious safety hazards to our staff going in there every day and not having what they need. So.
Commissioner Labar.
Catherine, can I ask you, I'm sorry to keep pulling you back up here, but you had mentioned the policy number for fund balance.
29%.
29%. So, and then you said we're at 37% now.
Yeah, at Q3, we were projected to be at about 39%. And then with this action that's before you tonight of using $4.5 million total among everything, we'd be at about 36%. So there's still a gap there of over $10 million.
Okay, thank you. One idea, because I think, I think these are all good discussions, and I welcome any discussion about 2028 being a year with greater need around human services. Based on what you've said in terms of where we're taking this, one option would be not to remove this additional amount, this gap, but to carve out an equal amount from reserves to be ready to use in implementation for human service needs immediately in 2025. And so what I'm really saying is you're trying to seek essentially a million plus that is going to go to this courthouse for additional upgrades, be it needed or not. That's what they are, physical infrastructure upgrades. We're taking that money from a pot of money that is not part of the normal annual budget, but is rather built up over time. And that is 10% by our policy above where we need it to be by policy. I think the effort to do this speaks to something I fully agree with, which is where our value is at. What do we value? One option that we could all walk away with here tonight, though, is let's take the same amount that we would take away from this courthouse spending and have it carved out in the budget now as a dedicated one-time use that we will reconvene in January and figure out, be it immigration, be it homelessness, be it whatever it is. But that's an additional one-time, basically $1 million to that pot. I think that would speak to our values, would allow this project to go forward and allow those cost savings to go forward, and would demonstrate our seriousness to the, candidly, to the primary function of county government, is human services. If we could procedurally get to it, I'd be happy to make a motion to do that. I suspect we have to get through this amendment first, though, and Corporation Counsel, if I've misspoken there, I'm happy to be corrected. Okay.
She's nodding in the affirmative. All right, Commissioner Sanders, I'll put you in the queue. Commissioner Beaman.
Thank you, Chair. And I echo Commissioner Labar on that. I would definitely support what you are saying there. I think one of the areas where we're getting stuck is this over $1 million when we're looking at on the screen in front of us right now. We're looking at the far column on the right, which is less than $1 million. It's slightly under $700,000 if we are to do the pieces that would incur the energy savings. For me, that's an investment that is worthwhile. This is our only county investment in Saline. We don't have a park. We don't have a border-to-border trail. We don't have a sheriff. We don't have anything. We have one courthouse in Saline to represent what we do, which is still a service that we provide. We provide services. Our courts are services, and our courts are services that maybe many of us don't wish to visit, but we have to visit. And it has a great impact on our lives. And I'm not saying through this that one court deserves and another court doesn't. This is the court that's in front of us. This is the court that asked for an allotment to be able to make these changes and unfortunately came in over budget. Again, my husband's background, lots of construction projects are coming in over budget. It's the price of goods. It's the issue of finding the correct labor. It's so many different things that are impacting this final cost. I do agree with Commissioner Labar, but I also agree with Commissioner Sanders in terms of our not hiring a grant manager, because in the time that I've been beating my USDA drum, Traverse City has built ways to house people with USDA funding. So when we're talking about outside funding, when we're talking about not using county dollars, there are resources available to build housing in every township in Washtenaw County. And we have not allocated the resources to go after those fundings, those dollars. I don't know about the funds for solar panels or energy or any of that, nor if that would fit within the construction timeline, as we've already broken ground. If you drive by, things are already happening right there in Saline on this property. So I don't know that we can delay the length of time to try and seek alternative funds and continue the progress of the construction.
Chair, may I, so Commissioners, just a couple of things. I just want to remind you all that this project was initially commissioned in 2022. So we have incurred some project cost increases over the 4-year time period. So that's item A. Item B is we were asked to bring back to you all the additional costs for this project, the energy and the additional infrastructure costs. I'd like to remind you all that if we don't do those things, and certainly this is up to this body, there will be cost implications moving forward. These are going to be deferred maintenance items when you talk about the roof and when you talk about a parking lot that will be post-construction. So all of those factors are a part of what you all consider. And then lastly, the roughly $10 million that is above the policy threshold is there for you all to prioritize at any point in time. So I just wanted to remind you all of those things. I apologize. I take it personally that you all are feeling frustrated around the information. I felt like we were doing what you all asked us to do. We will take it back and provide any additional information that you all think is necessary.
All right, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. So I feel like I'm so torn because as I alluded to the fact that I'm gonna overshare. I had a pulmonary function test today because I went to my PCP and was like, I can't breathe. Good news, it's normal. So it's all anxiety. And it happened after the election and worrying about, we have a lot of things that are weighing on us, and I'm concerned about what's going to happen in our community. And I'm just we don't know what we don't know. And that's part of the problem. Because probably all of us are a little controlling and we would like to know a little bit more. So I understand the concern that Commissioner Sanders is bringing up that I have too. I am weighing that in the balance with the fact that when my son was in 4th grade, we were driving someplace and I said, what do you think the biggest issue facing the world right now is? I don't know what you would have said in 4th grade, but it wouldn't have been as heavy as my kid telling me climate change. And the fact that he laid awake at night in 4th grade, worrying about what the world was going to look like when he was my age. And that existential angst in a 4th grader about the environment, he's not the only one. I then, of course, read about it. A lot of kids were feeling this, and we've seen how young people have really taken up this issue of the environment. When I talked to our new environmental officer, we talked about this project a little, and she was like, this is how it starts. This is how we start doing the work. And because I was fully prepared to be like, no, on this item. But when she talked to me and she talked to me about how we start this work and what it means, and this also underscores a commitment we made at this table to address environmental issues that are real issues. And so I think that it's the push and pull of these two things that's causing me some, this is not going to be an easy vote for me, but I guess I would say that we have made a commitment to address environmental climate change at the county. And this is, I think, as our climate resiliency officer, talked to me about, this is the first step towards that. There could be a way, I think we could talk about some other things here. Maybe we take out the courtroom wood benches. I don't know. But it's only 69,000 of 1.2 million. But nevertheless, I think we have a lot of different priorities and thinking about how we can make sure we're paying attention to all of them is something we have to do. And this is really the first substantial environmental project that we would have done since passing a resolution recognizing that that there's a climate emergency. So, thanks.
Commissioner Sanders.
I would be interested in knowing, well, I have a request. So, have a request and a concern. When I ask for certain items, if I don't remember to bring them up again, I don't always get a response back. So I would love to receive some sort of ongoing living document. When commissioners ask for items to be added into that living document with a progress that's telling us where they are, instead of me having to babysit my own requests. And I'd like for that grant position that we all approved to be on that list, because I'm really trying to be calm about it, but I'm pretty pissed off. It's taking too long. Too long. But I also would like to know, so was it 2 years ago or 3 years ago that we visited the Chelsea Courthouse? I don't know that we received a formal update about any improvements to those safety concerns. Or did we?
I'm not sure either, but we are adding it to the list and we will respond.
Okay, I know I got some verbal information, but when I asked other questions about where the prisoners are held, there had been nothing done to that space. And it's a powder keg down there. So there had been no follow-up about whether or not we moved, all of those paper files out of that immediate area. And then unfortunately, I heard a horror story about somebody that was injured in that space some time ago. So one, I want an ongoing living document where all of us can check in on the things that we've asked for and where they are in the queue. What, if it's happening, if it's not happening, so that we can then follow up. But as part-time commissioners, I don't have time to babysit my requests. I'm expecting that they're going to be taken care of. And then related to this, I don't know. I think I wanted to address Commissioner Beaman when you said that Saline doesn't have a park. I think what you meant was Washtenaw County doesn't pay for the operations of a park, but Saline does have a park. Okay, so I just want to be clear to the public. I want them to have transparent information and not have to be guessing about stuff. Saline does have a park. They just don't have a park that is maintained by county funds. So there's a difference. And I don't know, I guess I whether or not the vote is a yes or no tonight. What I have not received is any sort of information that says if we don't do it tonight, if we approve this later on in 2025, how far back does that put us in terms of additional costs for utility service? Because it may be worth weighing that for the emergent requests that we've already received. So, and I that's no disrespect to my colleague, Commissioner Beaman. She's fighting for her district as we expect her to. But I just have a concern about the people walking around, living and breathing, and climate is an issue. I agree with Commissioner Scott, but I promise you, as somebody that knows what it's like to have my lights cut off or to have to figure out how I'm going to feed my child when I don't have any money, the climate is, it's no disrespect, but I'm trying to figure out how to make it day to day. And climate issues and being able to adhere to them, that costs money too. It's like going vegan or vegetarian. It costs more money to eat healthy. Everybody doesn't have it. So I would be more comfortable if I had information that showed if we don't do it now and we did it next year after January, oh my God, 20th, and we knew kind of what was coming at us, that might, I would like that information. That would make it a more reasonable explanation.
You want to respond to that?
Well, certainly this conversation is illuminating for us. We will make certain that we develop a response to the things that have been requested. And moreover, before we bring anything back to you all, we will respond in writing and ask you all if we have responded to the issues and items that you guys have illuminated again for us this evening before we were in this room again talking about this item. And then the last thing, and I apologize, I neglected to bring it up earlier. When we commissioned this project, no one in this room, in this organization, in this county could have predicted the external environment that we have both nationally and in Lansing. So all of these factors are coming into play as we move through this space and address this project. We have the notes on the items. I'm looking at it right now that you all have requested. We will respond to that information as quickly as we can.
Commissioner Robbie has pulled himself from the queue, so Commissioner Beaman, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just did want to respond and say yes to Commissioner Sanders' point. Apologies. I was referring to the footprint of Washtenaw County in Saline. We only have one footprint in Saline. It is this courthouse. It is the only space that people can point to and say, that's Washtenaw County. So that was my thing. City of Saline has beautiful parks. Saline Township has parks. They're parks. No border to border trail, but they're parks. So just clarifying that point. The only thing that I can speak to, and I can't speak to as well as our team, but when we're looking at the electrification of the building, that's the schematics. So again, from my limited second knowledge of construction, that is going back to the drawing board, that is redoing blueprints, that is pausing the build out to a certain extent. So it would delay. I don't know how much, I don't know how long. I don't know what the additional costs are to incur to run gas versus electric. I don't know those things. There will be. So it's not going to be the number that you're seeing on the screen. It's not going to be the 1.3. It's not going to be the 697. It's going to be something else. But it would pause the project fully moving forward at a certain point. I can't speak to the timeline.
All right, does anybody else have any other comments? Okay, Commissioner Light and anybody else want to get in the queue? All right, 'cause we're still discussing the amendment. We got to dispense with that at some point. Go ahead, Commissioner Light.
As I stated before, please just keep in mind that a reserve or is not to just tip and pinch and pinch. It's there for things that are detrimental. And we need to remember that. Because others are going to come and want to do the same thing. And I don't want to get comfortable, well, oh, we'll be at like a 36%. No. So as I said, we need to utilize what we have and make it work. Continue, move forward, don't stop, make it work. I don't know who you need to talk to, who you need to say, hey, we got to rethink these things, make it work. And also, we are not the richest county in these 50 states. So we need to act like we're not, and we need to be frugal with our spending. And also remember, when it's time for our new recreation center and our community center on the east side, I do not want to hear one mumbling moan or groan if we come and we ask for extra 1.5 million of anything. So let's keep in mind, what we do for one portion of this county, we will have to do for others. And that reserve will begin to slowly dwindle down. So let's not forget that we have some emergent things, because that's something that is crucial and emergency for my side of the county. So let's keep that in mind.
All right, does anybody else have any other comments before I restate the amendment and we vote on it? Commissioner Maciejewski.
So first I was gonna ask to restate the amendment.
I'm going to do that.
Before you do that, yeah, I appreciate the discussion and all the comments. For me, I don't know that what's coming at us is simply gonna be limited to human services. There are gonna be many infrastructure components to that, operational components as well. You know, I think I am favorable to the idea of you know, keeping in the solar panel component. But I know that that's not what's in the amendment right now. The amendment is to eliminate 1.3. So I too I feel a bit conflicted on this whole thing, because I think there's some things I would like to have removed, but I think I would like to see the solar piece stay. But if you could please have the amendment restated, I would appreciate that.
Okay. I'm going to restate the amendment. So the amendment is to set aside the 1.3 million for the court to be used for emergency needs related to immigration and housing. We ready to vote now? Looks like we are. Ashland, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner LeBar,
Nope.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
Commissioner Maciejewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
No.
Commissioner Beaman,
No.
Commissioner Hodge.
No.
Motion failed.
Okay, so now we're back to discussing, now we're discussing everything again. Yeah, so we're back to the full package. You know, you want to talk about a random thing at this point, another one, or stick on this specific? Commissioner LeBar, go ahead.
Appreciate the way we moved to that last amendment. I thought it was helpful discussion. We're focused on human services now in the context of this total budget. We just took a vote on an amendment that would impact 1.3. I'd propose that we amend the budget to carve out now only $1 million out of reserves to be set aside for immediate use in 2025 on emergent human services needs. If I could get a motion of support, we could debate that. If not, I'm happy to let it die. So I make that motion.
All right, Michelle's writing it down. We are discussing setting aside $1 million from reserves for human services. Beaman supported it. Any further discussion? Commissioner Scott and then Light.
So I was gonna try to speak to this idea before, but then I was like, oh, I can't procedurally because it's not on the table. I mean, I think that Administrator Dill addressed this issue when he talked about what we have in the reserve that we can access at any time. I'm sorry, I think it's a little bit of window dressing. We can take that money at any point. And if we set it aside now for emergency uses, it is no different than somebody coming and saying, we have an emergency need in January and doing a resolution and pulling the money from it at that point. I think that, as I said before, we don't know what we don't know. And Commissioner Maciejewski, or as I call him, E.F. Hutton, because when he speaks, people listen, is right. I think human services are going to be huge, but I think there's also who knows what else. Like, let's not even wish the worst of the things that have happened to us in the past 4 years back to us. So I would say no to this because I think the money's there, and at any point we can make a resolution to take money from there for whatever emergency need that comes up. And I don't think that we need to say we're going to do that to use immediately, because then I think we're just pressured to use the money without thinking things through very clearly to begin with. I'm not saying I don't want to use the money for human services, but I don't want us to be in this rush position.
Commissioner Light.
So, as they say, I'm going to beat the dead horse. We cannot just want to utilize and spend and take from a reserve. That it, let's let it be for emergencies or for, not for things like what was just before, but let's keep it in the reserve and let's wait to January so we can see what we need to work with. Like February, we will know for sure what we're facing. So we don't need to put a mark on it. We need to be frugal and we need to be wise with what we use, funding we utilize, and especially from our reserve. So don't touch it. We need to leave it alone. And that's for everything. I'm all about all of the things that we have discussed. It's a yes for me, but it's a wait a second. Let's wait and get into the new year so we can figure out and make sure that we are being wise with how we spend. That's what all of our residents elected us for, was to be wise stewards of our funding and of our money. And we are just, oh, we're gonna spend here. We are not Oprah. You get a this and that, it doesn't work that way. So we need to be wise and we need to wait until we get into the new year before we continue to spend. We don't have it to spend. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I feel like I'm talking to my kids. We don't have money just to randomly spend. We're not at a strip club. We can't make it rain. So like, hold your horses and just let's get into the new year.
All right, Commissioner LaBarre.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's good discourse, and I agree about fiscal prudence. Part of my thinking is to respond to some of the comments raised. It's absolutely the case that we could spend this essentially at any point in the calendar year as needed. I don't want to quibble with that at all. What I'd ask the 9 of us, though, is how many times in the course of the last 2 years or 4 or 6 or whatever it's been, have we thought about something that was a need and thought broadly in the context of reserves? Inevitably, what will happen is we will move on and we will get a new administration and tariffs will hit and deportations will take place, and that'll affect the labor market, and that'll affect costs on goods and services, all those things. There'll be many things that will pop up. We wouldn't be spending any money tonight. What we would be doing is making an affirmative vote to say, of the pool of money that is for reserves, it is our intent and plan right now to have $1 million of that set up specifically to meet our iterative human service needs over the course of the next 12 months. That doesn't mean we have to spend it, folks. We frequently have a budget where we don't spend as much as is authorized, or more or less, and we adjust it. What I'm saying now is earmark that money, make it plain, have that built into the assumptions moving forward over the course of the year. I'm not going to die on this hill, but yes, we can spend out of reserves, but we could also take that step now and be able to point to it. I think this board will need to allocate more than $1 million in the coming year for human service needs that we aren't planning for right now. I don't know what they'll be. So I think we'll get there either way. I just propose we do it now and build on all the other things we're going to have to deal with that assumption laid out. And I will conclude my remarks on this, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Robbie.
Thank you, Chair. I'm torn on this, but I do want to first understand the motion. It's broad, from my understanding. Human services in general.
Do you want me to restate it?
Sure.
Okay. It's to set aside 1 million out of reserves in 2025 for emergent human service needs.
And so how do we want to define emergent human service needs, I guess? What is the intent with that language?
Man, make the motion. Or second it. Commissioner LaBarre, you want to define emergent?
Corp Counsel, can I try and respond to that? Commissioner Robbie, I would sort of categorize as broadly the money we spend in tandem with public health, economic assistance, mental health, homelessness, housing, and eviction prevention, that sort of broad category of things.
Okay. Um, hmm. So we would have a later resolution that would come to us with some kind of a proposal on how to spend that money. Would it be spent next year, or what's the timeline on spending the money, and who would develop the plan for spending it?
Well, it sounds like the resolution says 2025, so I imagine as we have emergent human service needs, it would come out of this pot of $1 million that's set aside before coming out of any other pot.
That's largely how I envision, and then why I said we're not actually spending anything tonight. We're essentially designating it.
I interpret it as largely symbolic. Is your intent is that it's largely symbolic, so that it can be pointed to that we anticipate that we're going to be spending more than $1 million from reserves, but this is a way to say we anticipate a challenge and we are setting aside at least this much money now for it. Is that
correct? Particularly that last sentence, yes.
Okay, thank you. Are you done?
One thought that I had while we were talking earlier in our past discussion is that the idea of, and this gets to the reserve question, like where does the money come from? Because we've generated theoretically some savings from building the solar panels if we do this project. One other idea that I had was to dedicate the savings from that to as structural, basically not as one-time $1 million, but as a structural, we could calculate it every year. What did we save on our DTE bill, and put that into whatever human services fund we want. And either we could let it accrue over the years, or we could spend it on adding it to structural money that we're already spending. That way we're not taking it out of reserve, and we could do it as an addition, basically as, I don't remember who was saying it, but as a savings on what we currently spend and on the anticipated savings that we would have had we built the building without the solar panels. I mean, because this is all kind of wrapped up in that discussion. That was a thought that I had. So I'll just throw it out into the universe. I don't know what I'm going to do yet on this, but that was the thought that I had.
Okay, Commissioner LeBar wants to respond directly to that, and we'll go to Sanders and Maciejewski.
Well, procedurally, if that thought was worked into an amendment, I, as the amendment maker, would view it as friendly. If I'm understanding it, that you would like to dedicate the accrued savings from these investments that we just discussed on the courthouse, specifically towards human service needs as we go forward over the next quadrennial budget cycle?
I mean, I don't know if we can do it, but I was thinking over the life of the solar panels, like 35 years.
That would eliminate the need for a vote that I think folks would view as unnecessary politically, given the timing, but would put a small win on the board here in terms of this issue. So I'd accept that as a friendly amendment.
That is substantially different and would not be friendly.
I would offer it as an amendment to the amendment. You can only amend an amendment once. So I'll amend the amendment once. Or should we dispense with the current amendment and start a new amendment?
Vote on the amendment before you, and then.
Or he can withdraw.
Can they, or they could be,
Corporation Counsel, if I can, I'm happy to withdraw it, if that's okay. I think the supporter would have to agree to that, right?
Correct.
I'd ask for support to withdraw.
it has been withdrawn. Okay.
You want to make the motion?
I'd like you to make the motion.
Okay, so my motion would be that the savings accrued on the solar panel investment that we just made on the Saline Court. So all the energy savings from basically our DTE gas and electric bill would be set aside for human service funding for the next 35 years, the lifetime of the solar panels that we are installing.
Support.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Sanders.
Yeah, I'm too exhausted to even, my response won't be intelligible, nor will it be pleasant, so I'm gonna not say anything.
All right, Commissioner Maciejewski.
Okay, my question has changed now because of what just happened. What kind of dollar amounts are we talking about with this amendment?
Based on what we were just told, it sounds like we're in the range of $15,000 to $25,000 a year.
Is that accurate?
Roughly. I'm not sure how we calculate this, so we would have to figure that part out, but, yeah.
Yeah.
How's the calculation?
And part of that is.
I was gonna ask you guys if you could even calculate it.
Part of that is, and I'm guessing, so as I start to say stuff, if Saray comes running up here, I'm gonna quickly turn the podium over to her, but there's the element of using less energy units, and then there is the cost of the energy units that keep going up. So we ran into this with the LED lighting project where we had hoped that the utility savings would pay for the projects, but the energy costs went up higher than we anticipated. And so we didn't realize the dollar amount savings, but we did have the ability to not spend money that we would have had to spend. So it gets complicated. I don't know exactly what we can and cannot calculate, but can we come up with something? We can try. And we can come back to you with what we can come up with. I just don't think we're gonna be able to know tonight that this is what's calculatable.
So it sounds like this is particularly challenging, and Administrator Dill is talking about how there's no way to predict DTE's rates over time. So that this would be a challenge to calculate. You still have the floor, Commissioner Robbie, once I stop. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. But, yeah, I think that's you. Are you done, Maciejewski? Yes. All right. What's your idea, Commissioner Robbie?
My idea is if perhaps we could calculate the current costs of the electrical and gas bills and then adjust those on an annual basis based on the rate increases that DTE makes. Every year they have a rate increase that's approved by the Public Service Commission. This year it was 2.8%, I think. So we could adjust it based on that amount.
Is that doable?
Sorry.
I don't,
Say it again.
I don't
I
calculate
couldn't
it.
hear you in the back of the room. I'm sorry.
Say it again.
Basically, my suggestion was that we could take the current value of the utility, the gas and electric utility bill in the court, and then adjust it on an annual basis for the rate increases that DTE gets from the Michigan Public Service Commission, because they basically get a rate increase every year. So this year it was 2.8%. Next year it's God knows what it's going to be. But every year they get a rate increase on gas and electric. So we could theoretically just apply that. It's going to be inelegant because it won't be the exact amount that we would have paid, but it at least gives us some adjustment over time. Because actually the thoughts that we were having earlier about the savings that we would get over the 35 years were much lower if I didn't even think about the rate increases. I don't know how I didn't think about that, but with the rate increases, we would realize that savings much sooner, and this dollar amount would increase over time. So is that feasible, calculable?
I think if we take what the 20, what did we have, 2020, the current year, right? Yep. So if we take whatever the 2024 utility costs are, and then we use that rate that is published, that would give us an estimate.
Okay.
And we have to, I still have to think through the budgetary mechanisms of all of that pieces, but that's my world to figure out and let you know we can do. So that part I can figure out.
In my calculation, I'm assuming a 5% annual
Yeah.
increase.
Would I need to amend the amendment to specify those things, or?
Well, the amendment can only be amended one time, remember? You just amended the amendment.
No, I offered a new amendment.
Oh, that's right.
Now I
You
can
drew it.
amend
Yeah,
my amendment.
amendment.
Okay, so I will, oh, go ahead.
Well, you were trying to get in the queue, Commissioner Scott? Okay, because Commissioner Light is ahead of you. All right. I mean, you still have the floor, Commissioner Robbie, so if you want to move to amend your amendment. Commissioner Light.
So with this amendment, would we really see a real dollar amount? And so once that's figured out, that's just us putting back into us though, right?
So one, yes, real dollar amount. And it's a thing that as we bring the reaffirmation of budget development, I could just build into the budget presentation of like, hey, this is the updated calculation. This is the dollar amount that's being reserved for human services. So you all would have it. It wouldn't be left unknown. So we could definitely keep that as a tracking mechanism, have it worked in as a normal part of the budget. So if this, I mean, facilities will spend less money if that building is electrified and solar panels are installed. And so it is a weird soft cost thing, but it is a way of estimating what that soft cost savings are. And that we could, so we'd make it real, how we do the facilities budget and how we do the reserve. I think between facilities and I will figure it out, but we can definitely make it be real. And it's not quite like just paying our, it is basically taking money that would have gone to one place and making sure it's going to a different place.
Right. So Commissioner Robbie, so could we do this? The money that would be received in savings, if the courts could put back into, until they have utilized like the money in return, like the savings could pay up to that 1.3. So it's like, kind of like we're loaning them the 1.3. And with the savings, they just, I don't know, at the end of the year, kind of like at income tax time, they just give it back to us and we put that back into the reserve.
Do you want to respond to that? I mean, and then Commissioner Scott.
Well, I think that was kind of, and if I may be mistaking what you're asking, but I think that's kind of what I was asking earlier, because we apparently, and I didn't quite know this until I asked, but we apparently pay their utility bill basically on an annual basis, the amount that it is. And so this will reduce the general funds. By doing the solar panels, it will reduce the general funds contribution to the court energy costs. And so what I'm saying is that reduction in our commitment is what we're taking and setting aside for this human services thing.
Right, but I want them to provide it back.
And that's what I was initially getting at, because if they were the ones that were having to, like, if it was a liability on them, I would have 100% agreed with you, but it sounds like it's a liability on us already. And so it might, yeah, so I guess that's where I
But-
kind of land. Yeah.
But we're paying, since we're paying their utilities, and they're asking for an additional 1.3, we can give them the 1.3, and then they pay for, at the end of the year, the amount that would be the cost or the savings, whatever the savings is, and put that back to the reserve until they have reached that 1.3. It don't sound the same. That's why I'm
I
trying
think,
to make sure. I
we're,
just want to.
so I think we're kind of saying the same thing, except what it sounds like maybe what you're proposing is that
They pay it back.
it would be paying back the 1.3 million and not putting it necessarily towards anything in particular. It would just go back into the reserve.
Yes,
Okay, so that,
because that's where we got it from. Put it back where you
so
got it.
that's kind of a different, yeah, that's different from my proposal. That would be kind of an amendment to my amendment to say that you don't want it to go to human services, you just want it to go back into the reserve, but
And then-
that's the savings.
Because we get the right, oh,
Right.
how we, that's that spending that we can spend.
Greg is inching towards.
I just want to say, I want to be,
Commissioner Scott really wants to say something. It's paining her at this
I'm
point.
sorry.
Commissioner Scott, go ahead.
Thank you. It wasn't paining me, but thanks. I wanted I wanted to propose that we think about, see how you guys feel about an amendment that says, on the amendment, it says that rather, I mean, I guess maybe it would be a different amendment now that I'm thinking about it.
Just say your.
My idea is that this seems to be causing a lot of consternation. We are not sure how this would work. So what I was thinking is that while this, I think, is a fantastic idea, it seems like we need finance to be able to come back and talk to us about the workability, the feasibility, and how we actually realize those numbers. So rather than having the amendment to say we're doing this tonight, I'm amending the amendment. My motion would be amending the amendment for finance to come back with a plan on the workability, feasibility, and strategy for operationalizing the amendment.
Are you saying that would be your motion or is it a motion?
Yeah, that's my motion.
Okay.
I'm doing it.
Is there a second? Commissioner Light, seconds.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, discussion on this new confusing and potential. Commissioner Maciassi. Step anyway, Commissioner Maciassi.
Thank you, Chair. I would start by saying I appreciate everybody's efforts
Yeah.
to try and craft something at 10:42 PM that would achieve the goal to realize our values of like human services here in Washtenaw County. I will say that what the discussion is and what we're trying to charge our fiscal partners with doing is nebulous.
Yeah.
me personally, I don't feel this is necessarily good public policy to do it this way. I would rather go at the goal in a different route. So I'm actually going to oppose asking them to do any more work on this just because I don't feel this is the right route to go on to get at what we're trying to do, I think.
I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Labar, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Masiewski's point is good. I appreciate what I think Commissioner Scott's trying to do, which is sort of make logical sense of the discussion in an actionable amendment. I will do whatever procedurally I need to do to sort of hop out of the discourse. I think the attention though that's focused right now is going to get lost again because it gets lost kind of every time until you make it a huge pain or some sort of external force intercede. So hopefully that, hopefully we can buck that trend. But I think I supported Commissioner Robbie's amendment. If he wanted to withdraw it and then we could maybe.
Not now.
No.
We're too deep in.
Yeah.
I withdraw my amendment? Okay, I'll withdraw my amendment.
And Commissioner Light was the seconder. She agrees to withdraw it. So the amendment to the amendment has been withdrawn.
Not withdraw my.
Your mic is off.
I will withdraw my amendment.
Commissioner Robbie.
And I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I appreciate the discourse.
Commissioner Robbie withdraws. Was Commissioner Labar the second? Yeah. Okay. So it's all been, everything has been withdrawn. Now we're just back to no amendments. We're just now discussing the whole package of items again. Does anybody have anything else they would like to say about any of the mini resolutions? I think I saw Commissioner Beaman, then Scott, and then Sanders.
Okay,
There's a piece of information that I want to make crystal clear. The $1.3 million add to this project did not come from the district court. It came from a recommendation that was crafted, authored by the facilities team. So I just want to make that crystal clear. So.
Okay, great. Commissioner Beaman.
okay, I was gonna still talk about that, so are we not talking about that anymore?
We're done.
We're done, okay. Okay, no, that's okay, that's okay. The only thing that I was going to say, and I'll just say it, I'm not gonna make a motion, I'm just gonna say it, was that we were looking at 1.3. If we did the solar area only, energy, all of that, it's about 7. That leaves 6. That 6 is a real number that we don't have to recalculate. And that number could be designated wherever we want. But it's not a motion, it's just a statement. So I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to call your attention to the parks plan that is in the agenda packet. I was reading the agenda packet the other day and somebody said, what in God's earth are you reading that's 661 pages, which it was before we had now it's longer. And I was like, oh, I'm reading the board packet. This is part of what we do. And a good portion of the board packet was the parks plan. I don't know how many of my commissioners go through and fellow commissioners read this, but the parks plan is marvelous. It is incredibly thorough. It was like a lot of work done in the community, really talks about what people need and want in Washtenaw County. And I want to just take a moment, before we vote on that, to commend the park staff that's here tonight. I see Coy and Megan both here late into the evening on a snowy evening. Please get home safely. I want to commend you guys and the staff at Parks for the work on this plan because I think it's really fantastic and thorough. And if you didn't get a chance to read the very long Parks plan, just download it and take a look at it, a few pages at a time, because it was a huge amount of work and it deserves to be looked at and read. So that's it. Thanks, Parks. Well done.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanders. Anybody else? Seeing none, Ashlyn, go ahead, roll call vote.
Wait, I know, B. Is B table?
We did B already. We did B 2 hours ago. We tabled it 2 hours ago.
Space plan you're talking about?
It's space plan. That was the only one that was pulled for separate consideration. I asked multiple times and it was tabled 2 hours ago. Okay, so we're voting on everything else now. Ashlyn?
Commissioner White,
Yes.
Commissioner Machayevsky,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders,
Yes.
Commissioner Scott,
For the love of all that's holy, yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Resolutions passed.
All right, passed everything. Fantastic. All right, well, we will move into, we already did a report from the county administrator. We'll do a report from the chair of the Board of Commissioners. I received a letter today that I think would be of interest to everyone here. It is a letter from, this didn't come as a communication, otherwise I would have mentioned it then. But it's a letter from the Livingston County Democratic Party Executive Committee. It says, this addressed to me, it encloses a copy of a resolution passed unanimously by the Livingston County Democratic Party Convention on November 16th, 2024. It expresses our gratitude to the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners for its resolution 24194. I'll read you the resolution. A resolution thanking the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners for its opposition to the Livingston County Board of Commissioners policy to monitor and document contacts between undocumented immigrants and the Livingston County Sheriff's Office. Whereas Washtenaw County has stepped forward to oppose a resolution passed by Livingston County to monitor and document interactions between undocumented immigrants and the Sheriff's Office. Whereas the Livingston County Democratic Executive Committee strongly opposed Livingston County Resolution 2024-09-128 passed by the Livingston County Commission because it promotes racial profiling and stereotyping as well as spreading false information. And whereas Livingston County Democrats believe that the rest of the state needs to know the extreme views of the Livingston County Commission and the Washtenaw County resolution aids that effort. And whereas the Livingston County Commission at its October 28th meeting formally refused to receive and place on file, as is customary, the Washtenaw County Commissioner's communication containing its resolution 2024-194. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Livingston County Democratic Party gratefully accepts the resolution on behalf of fair-minded Livingston County residents and thanks to Washtenaw County for its expression of solidarity with us. Let it be further resolved that the party chair be directed to forward a copy of this resolution to the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners. How pleasant.
Well, thank you.
How pleasant. Yeah. You know, you never know what we're going to do and how it's going to ripple out there. And also nice to know that they chose to not acknowledge our resolution to them. But very nice. Yep. Okay. Anybody have anything I want to say about that?
Good night.
Okay. Nope, not quite yet. So what, you have a question? No, okay. Last thing I would just say really quickly is that we're coming to the end of our term here. I want to thank everybody on the board and the staff for working very well collectively as a team to get a lot done. I think if everybody reflects on the things that have happened throughout the term, hopefully people are pretty pleased with, there's still pretty much a lot of work to do, but we've achieved a lot, I think, and it's happened in good collaboration and significant debate and conversation like what you saw tonight. But I want to thank all the staff in particular for the tremendous work over the last couple of years. And with that, that concludes the report. We have no items for current or future. Are there any items for current or future discussion? Commissioner LeBar and then Scott.
Chair, I just want to say to your last point, don't know the future here, but for the last term, I appreciate the job you've done as chair and the way you've conducted yourself and handled these meetings. I'd say the same to Commissioner Somerville, her work at working sessions, and also to our vice chair, Commissioner Sanders. Appreciate the work you've done. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott.
We had at the beginning of the meeting, these tiny little Christmas poppers. They were yours to pull. If you saw them at your desks, they're a Christmas tradition in my house. I bought the mini ones, but I really thought about buying the big ones and asking each one of you to wear the paper crown all evening, the way we do it. The big Christmas poppers have paper crowns in them. and we get them, this is a family, it's a UK thing. So it's a Scott family tradition and we pull them and we wear the Christmas crowns all day. I don't know what these have, but if you pull it apart, I already warned the deputy. They pop. And then there should be like a little, maybe there's a little prize, but these were really cheap, so I don't know if there is or not. But it is my happy holidays. Yay to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I was actually going to ask you to adjourn the meeting with that, but Commissioner Robbie.
Well, I guess I just wanted to build off of the comments that you and Commissioner Labar had just made and just thank all my colleagues for a wonderful term and thank you, Chair, for, we haven't always seen eye to eye, but I've appreciated all of your work as Chair and I appreciate your fairness with the gavel. And I've appreciated the work that you've done on behalf of the citizens of Washtenaw County and to our entire leadership team, Commissioner Sanders, Labar, and Somerville, for your work leading the board. So I look forward to serving with all my colleagues in the new year.
Thank you, Commissioner Robbie. Anybody else got anything? Commissioner Beaman.
I just want to echo everyone's sentiments and thank the leadership team for all of their hard work over the last 2 years. You've been amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Nope. Well, then I will look for a motion to adjourn. No, I don't. Sorry. There is some sort of issue I've been made aware of. What is the issue? There is some sort of issue that I'm being asked to take a recess for. If there is no objection, let us recess until we can figure it out. No objection, recess.
Ari.
All right, come on back, everybody. Calls back to order. No more recess. We're back. Shane is to the bathroom. All right, well, I guess, that's not what the issue was, but
Yeah, is there?
Andrew's 240.
so I want to direct everybody to look at the email that Andrew DeLu sent at 2:40 PM today.
Do you want me to go?
Well, we're gonna give people a moment to pull up the email. Wouldn't be a good season finale without like a cliffhanger like that, right? Right. 2:40. Well, they need to see it. I mean, I think both would be helpful. Not everybody's in board portal and able to see it. Is it 4:30 and not 2:30? Michelle's is 2:40. Ashley?
Yes, Chair. So Andrew replied to his original email. The original email was 2:40, but he replied to it at 5:48. So that is the same email chain.
Okay, same email
You can
chain,
scroll
friends.
down. It starts with Commissioners, on behalf of Administrator Dill, additional materials have been prepared for your meeting this evening. These materials have been added to the public website and board portal.
Okay, go ahead and explain, please.
So what we realized is we proposed an amendment by substitution for the Q3 technical adjustments. And then we proposed a modification to the quadrennial budget. We discussed them, but nobody ever moved and adopted them. So what you all voted on inadvertently was what was passed through first reading at the last meeting, not what you intended to pass. So we wanted to make sure we passed what you all intended to pass. So we need to move the one amendment budget by substitution for the Q3 technical adjustments. It's in board portal. We need to move the amendment to the budget for the quadrennial budget that is also in board portal to make sure that everything is in alignment with what your expectations are.
And those are the items that Commissioner LeBar referenced earlier, like 2 or 3 hours ago.
I'm happy to move to make such a motion. Can we do it in one for both amendments?
I think it's written as one amendment. It's written as one amendment,
They're
right?
two items.
It's two.
It's two. Okay,
Then I'll move to amend the first, which was mentioned, which I think is the 153 for ARPA reclassification.
No, those ones are handled. It's the amendment by substitution. The first one be the amendment by substitution for the Q3 technical adjustments. That is adding the 150,000 for WHP.
Okay, I make an amendment by substitution for the mentioned Q3 readjustment for WHP.
thank you. Okay, any discussion on that? Commissioner Robbie?
I would just like to ask that we wait for Commissioner Beaman
Yeah, we can wait for,
before we vote.
okay. Any other discussion? Well, it's been pretty snowy out.
Do you have a favorite color?
Well, yeah, my joke says,
Yeah.
what do you call people who are afraid of Santa Claus? Okay. Well, don't guess that. Yeah. Who are afraid of Santa Claus. Claustrophobic. Yeah, okay. Fun fact, carols began as an Old English custom called wassailing, toasting neighbors to a long life. What color is a panda?
We can vote now.
Yep.
No, one of the colors is like something with the light.
It's actually black and white, as Commissioner LeBar said. That. Thank you. I'll be here all night. All right. All right, is Commissioner Beaman up to speed? Okay. Ashlyn, let's vote.
Commissioner Machewski,
Yes.
Commissioner Robbie, Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Scott,
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light,
Yes.
amendment passed.
All right, excellent. Now the second one.
Yes, so the second one is a proposed amendment to the quadrennial budget. What this one does is increase the treasurer position modifications as the treasurer requested at the previous meeting. For a mid-level increase, that funding's coming from the BOC, the 25,000 that we didn't have allocated toward a purpose. So that was the easiest funding source to utilize. And then there is the policy languages that we discussed around operational needs for both future new programs, how we allocate structural resources, as well as the policy request to start requiring metrics from departments in addition to financials.
Commissioner LeBar.
Sure, I'll move to make an amendment by substitution for the,
That one's not substitution. It's just the amendment.
I'd move to make the amendment as it relates to the policy document and the treasurer's positions.
Any discussion? See you none. All right, Ashlyn.
Commissioner Machewski. Oh, nope, sorry. Commissioner Robbie. Commissioner Sanders.
Yes.
Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
Commissioner Beaman.
Yes.
Commissioner Hodge.
Yes.
Commissioner LeBar.
Yes.
Commissioner Light.
Yes.
Commissioner Machewski.
Yes.
All right.
Amendment passed.
Now
I have a point of privilege. I just want to tell you, I was mistaken about the panda bear. It's the polar bear. The polar bear's fur is actually translucent. So.
that is a fun fact.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wasn't totally losing my mind. That's my point of personal privilege. And with that, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Well, we're good though, right? There's no other surprises. Okay. Is there a second? All in favor? All right, everybody.